Ladies and gentlemen, to day 4 of the World Longboard Championships here at Jinzhou Harbour at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. The swell is dropped, but it looks like really nice longboard conditions out there. Will Hayden-Smith, Longboard Commissioner, what's the plan for the day?
Yeah, we're going to start with women's round 3 heat 1, which is 3 women heat, and it's all about first and second moving on to the quarterfinals. So yeah, like you said, it's a bit smaller today, but still pretty clean right now. We're expecting wind at some point, so we'll get through these 4 heats and then potentially go into the quarters if the wind's still off.
So we got a really interesting first heat in round 3 there. We got Rachel Tilley, a former world champion, against 2 Hawaiians. We got Crystal Walsh and Kira Seal, new on the scene but looking really good yesterday. How do you feel about these 2 big Hawaiians going up against the American Rachel?
Yeah, they've all been standouts in the free surf, and there's no easy heats at this event, and it's going to be really cutthroat, and it's going to be about who makes the right decisions with wave selection and who completes their rides. So make sure you don't miss a minute of it, because I'm really excited for it to get started.
So we got a favourable tide. It's high tide at 11:30 here at Jinzhou Harbour in the beautiful Tai Tung. So hopefully we get some nice open walls. It looks like the rights will be the goes for the big scores, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to cut to a highlights reel of the fantastic action from yesterday in the Women's World Longboard Championships. And then Shannon Brooke Hughes and Wingnut will be in the booth bringing you live action. Stay with us.
And good morning from Jinzhou Harbor. We are in Taiwan for the Taiwan Open. This is the WSL World Longboard Championships. We are getting underway with women's round 3. Wingnut here in the booth, joined by Shannon Brooks Hughes. On the beach live, we've got Sam Bleakley and Chris Binns. We will be bringing you live action starting in just a minute or two with Crystal Walsh from Hawaii, Rachel Tilley from the U.S., and Kira Seal also from Oahu. Shannon, looks like it's going to be a pretty fun morning.
The conditions look so dreamy. I'm pretty jealous that these girls get to go surf with just 3 or 2 other people in the water, 3 man heat, 3 women heat. Yeah, absolutely stunning today. The swell has dropped off so much from what we've seen over the last few days, but I'm actually really in favor of this. I think it's going to show more of that traditional longboarding, nice, smooth, clean surfing in small waves, and that is a lot of what longboarding is about and why most people, when most people actually take a longboard out, you know, kind of.
I definitely think the conditions will celebrate more of the historically classic elements of longboarding. We saw in the bigger surf in the first couple of days some very exciting surfing, and now we'll get to see a little bit more of the finesse work. I think that really celebrates the art of longboarding. And I think we've got some wind issues we're concerned about today. You can see there's wind on the water. Currently is a light, semi-light offshore, so the direction is great. So this is an important round. 2 will advance on, 1 goes home. So there are no easy heats at this point, and this first heat of the day is especially challenging. Rachel Tilley, world champion, Crystal Walsh, fierce competitor, Krista and Kira know each other really well from back home in Hawaii, so no priority at the start of the heat, but it will be exciting to watch.
Yeah.
We'll get our live scores coming up soon.
Yeah, very excited. It is extremely stacked. As you said, Rachel Tilley, 2016 world longboard champion, the youngest WSL world champion of any discipline, which is pretty rad for her to claim at such a young age. Crystal Walsh has been runner-up at least once, maybe twice for the World Longboard Championship, so she is so hungry to get that title. She's been second a few times, and she's always comes in really strong. She's been in the scene for a long time. She's got so much competitive experience, but so much grace and style within her surfing, so I'm really excited to get her underway. But then Kira Seal, she's new to this event, new to the World Longboard Championships, and she had such a good heat in her round one yesterday morning. Absolutely on fire, had some high scores, and is definitely a name to be considered in the mix.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. We're still waiting for the horn to go to give us our official start. It will be fun. Exciting heats. We're pretty sure we're going to be able to get through women's round 3. That's 4 heats this morning. And then we're going to take a pause and evaluate the wind conditions. We've got nice swell conditions forecast for the rest of the waiting period. Waiting period goes all the way through December 2nd. And then we kind of have an overlap with the World Junior Championship. Their waiting period starts on the 1st. Just in case we finish early, they can take advantage of the conditions.
Right, and they've got all the way until the 9th of December, so we do have a full week after that little couple of days of overlapping. I kind of like it when they overlap a little bit. It gives a good mixture. It's great to have the juniors. I want to keep calling them the kids in the groms, but most of them are probably taller than us. They surf so much better than us, and they're going to be on this CT in the next year or two as we get that. We can hear that horn in the background, so this heat is officially underway, and we have our first paddle from Rachel Tilley in blue, 2016 World Longboard Champion with a very strong paddle and just pulls out. Actually, 2015 World Longboard Champion.
And it did not surprise me that she was going for the first wave that was available. That is her competitive profile. She wants to get the first wave. She wants to set the tone, and it'll be interesting. Will this throw her off just a hair because she went so hard for that wave and missed it? And here's Kira Seal looking at that one and not getting it either.
And Rachel's first wave in her round 2 yesterday, an 8-point ride, so she certainly set the tone in that one up against Emily Lethbridge, who had an amazing run, unfortunately knocked out up against Rachel with her 8-point. I can't remember what her backup score was. But like you said, getting that first wave under her belt is definitely what her strategy is. And she's a very patient surfer, so I've seen her wait out in the last 15 minutes of a heat and just sit silent for a good 10 of that. Gives us a little bit of that heart anxiety kind of feeling going on.
You think it makes you nervous? What about mom and dad back home?
Oh, I'm sure. Certainly tuning in. We've got our broadcast clearly up and running again. We had some technical issues yesterday afternoon, which is why a few of those girls' heats were missed on live broadcast. You could have been following along with live scores anyways. But thank you. Thankfully, we have an amazing team working behind the scenes here and got all of those kinks ironed out, and we are back with live action.
So, no waves ridden yet. 2 of the surfers have been paddling hard for waves, not getting them yet. They're positioned perhaps a little far outside. We'll see. Definitely, with it being smaller, your lineups change a little bit over the last few days. All the competitors were in the water early this morning at first light, trying to get a couple so they can get familiar with the setup now that it has gotten a little smaller. But as you can see on the inside, there's some very clean waves still rolling through. I'm expecting to see a lot of really nice nose riding this morning.
Absolutely. I think Crystal's probably riding the more traditional board. I haven't seen what Kira is riding, actually. Rachel will still be on a little bit of a high performance board, maybe something a little bigger than what she was riding yesterday.
It looks like it's the same board,
Okay.
Unless the colors are all the same. That's definitely the same color board she was riding yesterday, and that's that 2+1 fin setup board shaped by Josh Martin.
Oh, you're right. There we go with those colors. So
Right.
Rachel having a look here.
There it is. Now, there's still no priority yet, so this is going to be interesting to see. But it's almost been like a natural priority. They honored each other, Rachel for the first, Kira for the second. Look at that setup. I love that left go right setup super classic, nice footwork coming in. That setup allowed her to get to the nose very cleanly. Crystal Walsh right here, just waiting to see if the wave is going to clean up on the inside. It does, lets it climb high, gets to the nose. Very precise footwork. Our first scoring wave of round 3. Crystal finds a nice long right to open up with. So that will set the tone. It'll set the scale. It'll probably take a few minutes for the judges to come up with their score as we wait and see if another wave will be ridden quickly. Let's look at it again. There's that fade, snapping out of the turn, allowing her to walk, and see how she's about the mid-face of the wave there? That's really allowing that nose ride to be a proper nose ride in the steepest part of that wave. Setting it up again, just waiting. As the board climbs, she climbs with it out to the nose. Another setup turn here, allowing her to walk to the nose again. And when you go forward on a longboard going to the nose, it increases your speed, and that was really well executed by Crystal Walsh.
Yeah, beautiful surfing, nice and patient. I like that that fade was a very slow fade. She really just let that board find its line in the wave. And then even with each of those nose rides, just patiently waiting for that section to stand up. Very controlled, very composed, and just beautiful start to the morning. I'm really excited to see that type of surfing today in these smaller conditions. Hopefully that wind holds off at least for this round, and these girls get just a beautiful start to the morning. With 25 minutes on the clock, these are 30-minute heats. Round 3, as Wingnut was saying, the top 2 will advance through. The bottom surfer will unfortunately be knocked out, but the top 2 will be going into the quarterfinals. It's crazy that we're already that far in competition for our women's side of things.
Yeah, definitely starting with the 18 women starting the World Longboard Championships. It's a little more an efficient group. We can now, once we get through this round, we can really pick and choose the conditions for the quarters, semis, and finals. We can be very selective, and do expect us to start early here in Taiwan. Probably not so early for everyone else. If you're back in the States, it's a very reasonable time of the day to follow along. Also in Europe, I think that's helpful as well.
Yeah, it's a good call. It's tough for us to wake up so early. I mean, a 6:30 call. A 6 a.m. call for a 6:30 start is about the earliest that I've ever had for an event. But it's really good decision making from our longboard commissioner, Will Hayden-Smith, just to capitalize on these cleaner conditions in the morning. Really common of the weather here in Taiwan to go windy in the afternoon. As we see Rachel Tilley up and riding, second wave of the heat overall. But first for her, so nice clean footwork, gets to the nose, and let's see if she's able to ride around this. She'll be a bit disappointed that that wave did not hold out better for her for an opening ride, and we're still waiting for that first score of Crystal Walsh to come through.
But again, that's going to establish the scale for the day, so that's why they're taking their time. They'll be using it, and I'll probably also looking at Rachel's wave as a comparison there. So now priority is with Kira Seal. Second priority will be with Crystal Walsh. As we look at Rachel's wave again, setting that up to get to the nose. You see how it whipped up there, but that wave fell away beneath her. Has to go around this section. So, there was a bit of a paddle battle between her and Kira, and depending on the next wave that's ridden, maybe Kira, by losing, became the winner. They fought so hard for that wave that didn't necessarily produce quite as well for Rachel, and it looks like Kira Seal, at least from the little part that we've already seen, got the better of that exchange.
So
nice.
Very nice, very nice. So this heat is underway. We have 3 scores to come through, and it's always a little bit tricky being the first in the water, first heat of the morning. As we see Kira Seal, beautiful face opening up straight to the nose, nice stuck on hang 5, goes for the tight 5, not quite a full 10. She cuts back, nice little S turn, just reading this wave to see if it will open up for another nose ride section. It doesn't. She gets that clean, smooth kick out. So scores to come through all around. Crystal Walsh with the longest ride of the morning so far, got a couple of different nose rides in there. And that her opening ride just opened up really nicely. Kira Seal with a little bit of a better wave selection as well. Rachel Tilley's unfortunately just shutting down on her, but still plenty of time on the clock. Crystal with priority out the back. Rachel Tilley in second priority.
So Rachel Tilley's first wave, the one that dropped and closed out on her, 2.67 So we will see how the scores come through for Crystal and Kira. Priority with Crystal Walsh right now, and we'll take a look at Crystal's wave again. It fades, comes around, gets nice footwork to the nose, clean footwork back, nice turn back into the pocket, setting it up, waiting. Again, a little check turn there to set it up, and as she moves forward, right to the tip, right back. Again, that keeps her momentum going forward, sets it up again. Another footwork up to the front. Nice, and then she's out. All right, so that was perfect. So, and here we go. Crystal Walsh with priority again on a larger wave this morning. Right out to the nose, able to hang there. Very steep part of the wave. The judges like the steep critical sections. Nice turn, nice setting it up again. Looks like she'll do a little floater, a little roller coaster section there as the wave is kind of soft on the shoulder out there. Setting it back up, waiting patiently. Just those little turns, keeping yourself back in the pocket, back in the energy. And it's those nose rise out on the flat there that don't really count. But again, she was just looking to see if that was going to get, clean and crisp in there. So another good wave. Nice, the size of that wave. That was the biggest wave we've seen this morning.
All right, so scores to come through across the board as we see that replay. Beautiful wave selection straight to the nose. That tiny little fade on takeoff. Super tight steps. Nice controlled S-turn and lining herself back up. Little foam climb off the top. And this wave continues to open up as she comes through to the inside section. I think with this smaller swell and lower tide right now that inside is going to be running quite nicely if they can find that connection. And here she has that clean kick out. The tide is pushing this morning, so that should help as well for the conditions to stay really fun.
Yeah, we should definitely feel the best of that push before too much water really slows it down with the smaller swell. So another flurry of waves, and now we can see some paddling going on. We will see Kira and Rachel battle back outside for second priority. That's always so much so. Kira Seal setting that wave up with a nice left go right, gets to the nose, good footwork back, nice cut back into the pocket there. I love that little cross step, kind of keeping her momentum going. Very clean, very composed. Nice footwork again, a little softer shoulder of the wave right there, and she's out. And as we look at Rachel Tilley's wave, clean, crisp turn, gets to the nose, able to hang there, very, very long nose right there, nice 5, kind of a snappier cut back into the energy. Again, real focused, looking ahead of her, seeing if she's going to be able to get another nose right in it. Again, same situation that Crystal had, trying to tag the nose there right at the end when it gets soft.
All right, so we do have some scores coming through. First of Crystal Walsh to set that scale was a 6.17. That was right out the gates. First of Kira Seal was a 5.00. That was when Rachel took off on the first wave of the set. Kira had the second wave of that set early on. Rachel Tilley's opening ride, a 2.67. And still waiting for scores to come through across the board for all competitors. And that will give us a good check of our actual situation, what scores are required. With 18 minutes on the clock, we have an amazing day of surfing ahead of us. It is women's round 3. And coming up in our next heat, we have Honolulu Bloomfield, Alice Lemoyne, and Atalanta Batista, who will be no doubt getting ready, paying attention to where these girls are sitting in the lineup. You can see that wind is
I was just
really
looking at those white caps. Yeah, it's coming up early today. But that was on the forecast. We knew it was a concern. When we met with the athletes last night, at the end, we ran round 2, and we had the technical difficulties. And the reason we didn't run, it's unfortunate that we can't broadcast, but the real issue is that we couldn't get replays for the judges, and the judges wanted to be able to look at the waves so they could make accurate decisions, because you have surfers taking off on the same wave going opposite directions. It's a really long wave yesterday, and so you could have them both going in the same direction, and you just wanted to be able to focus on what each athlete did. So the judges requested that we wait. So when we got the technical difficulties figured out at about 3:30 in the afternoon, it was up to the athletes whether we were going to continue, and they wanted to wait. The majority of them said, let's wait for tomorrow morning, even knowing that the wind forecast was coming. As we see Kira Seal sneaking in under priority. Look how clean the inside, even though there's that wind, those inside waves have a nice crisp face. Those are beautiful turns. Didn't really give her a good nose ride section there, but nice crisp face on the inside. Some of those slightly smaller inside waves could be gems that get you through these heats.
Especially if they're able to find a good nose ride in that pocket section.
Yes.
So Kira missed it, unfortunately. She had a couple really nice snaps, but wasn't able to get to the nose straight away. She looked here, got those 2 steps forward, just like you said, kind of gaining some momentum, some speed. Nice little check right under the lip. But she'd be looking for a nose ride somewhere in that first section in order to really get some points on the board.
I think she'll go back to that well. I think she saw what that wave can do there on the inside, and especially when you're in the situation of the bottom of the priority, why not sit in there and look for one of those and see if you can create some magic? Because I think there's really some potential in there, as you were saying, for a really high scoring wave, not just waiting for the size. Obviously, Crystal's wave, 2 waves coming in really strong, the 6.17, 6.50 for her second wave. So this is going to be a really close, tight heat. Rachel Tilley's first score will end up being a throwaway, that 2.67. We're waiting for her next one. And Kira with a 4.73 and a 5.0.
All right, so good start to the morning. Exciting stuff underway. As we are in round 3, you can see Crystal having a look here on the outside. Rachel's just inside of her. So Crystal with priority, Rachel Tilley with second priority. I would bet that Rachel is going to be patient, wait for Crystal to get whatever the best wave is that comes through in the next few minutes, and then set herself up with priority to get onto a good one. She knows we are waiting for a score to come through. It was a good wave from Rachel, so I'm curious to see how the judges will compare that to Crystal's better waves. But Rachel knows that her lower wave is definitely going to be a throwaway, and so she's going to need something with some size, some punch, and some pocket in order to get those good scores.
I like what Kira's doing, sitting a little wide. So we'll recap the heat right here. This is Kira Seals, 5.0 ride, nice long nose ride. She'll bring that other foot back up, nice tight composure, really nice footwork. Here we have Crystal Walsh. Her 6.17 scoring wave. And this is her highest scoring wave, the 6.5. You can see the size of the wave gave you that. Nice, smooth cutback.
And that little foam climb continues on to the inside. So this was her 6.5, the highest wave score of the morning so far. Just working it to the inside, gets that last little nose ride in. Good quick tap. And it actually kind of almost starts to open up for her once again. But those scoring, the real scores are from the outside. You can see Kira kicking out on the inside and Crystal Walsh up and riding outside.
Yeah, Crystal waiting with her priority, getting this nice outside set wave. Look at the way she set up that nose ride. Nice there, mid-face of the wave, nice and smooth. A long, long 5. That was great. Nice cut back there. Crystal definitely feeling comfortable out here this morning. That's going to be her third strong scoring wave for sure. Rachel Tilley's wave that we were waiting on was a 4.20, and then we're waiting to see what Kira Seals' wave was like. I knew that with her sitting over to the side there, she was waiting for something else. As we take another look at this long 5. You can see how it's kind of almost a stretch 5. Her weight's back on that back foot, but it's allowing her to trim through that whole section. Then a nice cutback puts herself right back in the pocket, gets a quick nose ride. You can see how soft the wave's starting to get. Nice little cutback, and she's going to get out.
All right, so good surfing from Crystal Walsh. Another score to come through. She definitely seems to be in a good rhythm with that 6.17 right at the start of the heat. Her backup score becoming her high score of a 6.5, and now Rachel Tilley out the back with priority. So Rachel is chasing a 5.53 to gain second place. Top 2 will be advancing into the quarterfinals, and our bottom surfer will be knocked out of competition. So Rachel will be using her priority, using her competition smart. She competes a lot. She's done really well for herself, becoming the youngest world surf champion of any discipline, world longboard champion in 2015.
And she's recently moved down to Australia to finish her university work down there, so she's getting plenty of surf time between coursework, I'm assuming.
She certainly is surfing Rainbow Bay all the time.
There's a nice set coming. Look at those pretty lines. Let's see what Rachel's going to do with her priority. Is one of those waves going to lure her in? See Kira Seal over to the right of your screen.
Maybe Kira will have a look at that left, huh?
That'll be interesting. As we see Rachel Tilley set that turn. That nice little quick turn allows her to get to the nose, gets a 5, gets a 10. And the way she's able to hold that 5 after the 10 lets you know how composed and proper it was. Through a little speed section there. Really tight whipping cut back there. Back into the pocket. And she kicks out. All right. Wonder if Kira went left on that one. Still waiting for 2 scores now for Kira Seal. So Kira in second place. She needs a 7.67 to jump into the lead ahead of Crystal Walsh. As we come back and look at Rachel's wave. Oh, we're going to get to look at Kira's left, which was a non-wave.
A non-wave, but here's that replay from Rachel. So great setup from that 5 to that 10. Like you said, holds that 5 afterwards, showing control, composure. Nice little check turn to set up, makes it around this section, and then throws that little snap and power in as she continues on the bottom. I love that almost little soul arch bottom turn and a clean kick out. So she'll be looking to she puts a 3.23 on the board for last of Rachel Tilley, still chasing that 5.53.
Yeah, doesn't change it for her. So she's got 11 minutes left and is going to need to find a wave with a little bit of oomph if she wants to replace Kira Seal. This would be our first big upset of the day.
It really, really would. I think, yeah, Crystal's wave selection has been really good this morning. She's been on those bigger sets that still have that good critical section with them, and she's been able to stick through it for her nose rides.
I mean, Crystal's throwaway wave, the one that she just got, was a 5.77. That's higher than any of the waves from either Kira or Rachel. So definitely, Crystal feeling confident, feeling comfortable out there. Obviously, you got to have nerves going into round 3 elimination, but Crystal's feeling pretty confident. 10 minutes to go, everything can change. With priority, Crystal fighting her way into this one. Nicely done. You see how she whipped that turn and followed that momentum out to the nose. Nice cut back. Very strong, very powerful Crystal Walsh. And very delicate footwork right there. Good balance.
Beautiful trim through the inside.
Like her composure. I like her arms. I like the way she's feels in control. Rachel Tilley with the first left we've seen ridden. Nice kick out there, too.
So Rachel staying active under priority. She would have been in third priority, potentially taking one of the smaller kind of inside waves, but maybe it stood up for her. We'll see if there is a replay to come through.
We'll look at Crystal's first. The way she whips herself forward, almost came unstuck right there. We're going to get that nice cut back here. Puts herself back in the pocket, lets the wave set up in front of her. And out to the nose she goes again, and able to hold that one for a nice long stretch. Another nice cutback. That'll be another good wave for Crystal. Will it replace her low score? Her low score is a 6.17. And here goes Rachel Tilley.
Oh, beautiful wave opening up. Look at that nice punchy pocket. Holds that hang 5 for a really long time. Gets that hang 10 on the second nose ride. Now a little bit of tail work, just kind of checking her way through, but she puts this finishing touch on. So I would say that's going to be her best wave coming through.
It was really nice to see that left, too, to see how crisp and how high the scoring potential on a wave like that. I think that will definitely go into her scoring line for sure. And I know there are a few other surfers out there, Chloe Calmon, Tori Gilkerson, Atalanta, that are going to be looking at that left and being really excited to see how well Rachel surfed that.
Exactly. So great to see good combination surfing from Rachel Tilley. We'll see how the judges, what score comes out with that with 8.5 minutes on the clock. Kira Seal now sitting with priority. There's Honolulu Bloomfield, our reigning WSL World Longboard champion, getting ready to paddle out on her Stewart. Love that pink surfboard. I've got a pink one like that back home now. Tried to travel with it here, but had some issues with my airline, so it's actually sitting in Australia right now, unfortunately. Won't have that one for about a month and a half to ride. Up against Alice Lemon from Reunion Island. You can see Phil Rajman in the background, his wife Julia. They're traveling together, which is great to see. Phil also a two or three-time world champion. I think 2-time world longboard champion. As we see Kira Seal having a look.
With priority, taking it for that wave. That nose ride just kind of fell down the face a little bit. This one should set up a little better, but you can see there's a little shoulder ripple in that wave. And there's a nice crisp inside part, nice and smooth, steep enough for a good nose ride. She's going to get another one right there, 5 to 10. everything trying to suck out and fall underneath her. She's able to hang through all of that. So put together a really nice ride. Nice long one, finishing right in front of the competitors there, so you could hear everybody applauding. 7 minutes left. Let's see. Do we think that will replace her low score, the 4.73? We'll have to see. The start of it, you know, she didn't quite set up that nose ride properly, because you can see how she's coming straight down the face there as opposed to going horizontally across it. And now she's going to set up. She's going to cut back, let this wave stand up in front of her, and there, boom, nice high nose ride, quickly back, and get another one. Running forward, letting that board sink down there. Little tail side slip right there.
Yeah, it almost slipped out for her, huh?
Held her composure through the whole thing, finished it up right in front of the fans.
That is good what you were saying about that opening nose ride, though. It's almost that trick nose ride when they just run to the nose straight on takeoff rather than really setting up from that bottom turn into that kind of let the board plane. And as we've watched, I think Crystal's nose riding has been really good today, where she's been running to the nose or walking to the nose as she's been coming up. So she's walking up as the board's coming up, which really allows her to just set a beautiful line, has that nice trim. And that's what Kira was lacking in the beginning of that, as you can see on the downhill. There's Alice getting ready to paddle out. She's traveling with her mom. It's her mom's second year being here with her, and it's just really sweet to see the two of them together walking around town. And Crystal Walsh with a strong paddle doesn't get into it. I can't.
She had second priority, so
okay.
There was no penalty for that. She was still able to return back into the lineup ahead of Kira Seal. So Rachel Tilley, that left a 6.27. That 6.27 for a moment pushed her into second place, and then Kira Seal's last wave of 5.50 knocked Rachel back into third, and Rachel answering right back with a 5 to 10 to 5, really long, super critical, it's very clean, and the battle is on. Answering back, Rachel Tilley, multiple quality nose rides.
No.
Why'd you do that?
Oh, no.
No. That's
She's
not how you
feeling
wanted to finish that wave. I mean, that is that softer shoulder in there, but catch your breath. That was a fantastic ride. You just made a wonderful ice cream sundae, and you forgot to put the cherry on it.
Exactly.
So,
but those nose rides at the start were just
let's
stunning.
look at it again. See how she's kind of almost behind the peak a little bit, able to fade and quick setup. There's 5, there's 10, and back to 5, and watch how long she gets to hold that 5. Very functional, speeding through that section, and then walking again. She can see how that wave is building in front of her, so she knows she gets another really good nose ride, and it's just that cutback that let her down. That's probably going to take a little bit off that score, unfortunately, because we'd like to see a completed ride. 4 minutes and 10 seconds left. Is she going to be able to get a 4.23 on that wave? I feel pretty good about it. I mean, the size of the wave.
I honestly think that she will. I think that those nose rides are where the scoring potential was, and if she had just gotten that clean finish, great score.
Exactly, and it's so close between her and Kira Seal right now. So now I think the pressure is really on Kira Seal. Kira's going to need to be looking at a wave. If I was Kira, I would assume on that set wave that Rachel got the number. So she's got to be actively looking for a wave. The big problem is the next really good wave that comes through is going to be Crystal Walsh.
And Rachel Tilley gets a 6.87 for that last wave. Absolutely amazing. Shoots her into the lead. So now Kira Seal chasing a 7.17. That is a difficult score to attain to overcome Crystal Walsh in second place.
And a quick shocker for Crystal Walsh, who had a comfortable lead throughout this entire heat. For the last 27 minutes, Crystal Walsh had a comfortable lead in this heat, and now she's in second position. And Kira Seal needs a 7.17 to get into second place.
All right, so Kira having a paddle down the way. Wave selection is what it's going to come down to at this stage. Rachel's wave selection on that was perfect in her reading of it as well. As we see Kira Seal running to the nose, just unfortunately too quick.
And ejected. All of a sudden, I think the pressure just changed out there, and you could see it on that wave. She had priority. It looked like a good peak. I don't think it was going to have a really good long line on it, but she just felt the need to use it, and now look at the set coming outside, and she's at the bottom of priority, needing a really big number.
Now, if Rachel had finished off that last maneuver, maybe got another carve or two in, she would have been looking at an excellent score easily. And I think, it set up so well because she took off behind the peak. That little fade and having that peak to nose ride through rather than taking off in the peak.
Exactly.
Gave her all that potential.
And that was one of those waves that has that longer arm, that right with the longer scoring section. And you can see where Rachel's at. You know, all three surfers are in such dramatically different parts of our lineup. Crystal Walsh to the far left of your screen, that's kind of that shorter right. Rachel in the middle, potentially getting that longer one. It'll be interesting. Will another wave come through with scoring potential for the competitors with 1 minute and 40 seconds left?
So Kira Seal now sitting with third priority. She is going to be looking for anything that gives her a potential to get a score with 90 seconds on the clock. Rachel Tilley has completely changed her campaign around. Her first three scores, a 2.67, a 4.2, and a 3.2, so struggled to find her feet at the beginning of this 30-minute heat, but in the last 10 minutes has managed that 6.27 and that 6.8, and that speaks of someone who is composed in the lineup. As we see Kira Seal, unfortunately just forcing it once again, so a little bit better wave section potentially, but just too quick to get to that nose ride on the descent. Gets that nosedive, and with 1 minute to go.
And that's probably a little bit less of competitive experience.
Exactly.
She's not, we definitely feel the lack of composure in those last two waves. Look how clean it is out there. There are some beautiful runners coming through. Crystal Walsh with priority, 40 seconds left. She's going to use it. The way she sets up that turn, sets up the nose ride. Has to come off of it. Now she's going to try to trim through to the next section. Does a little rebound off the white water there. Don't know that this will go into her scoring line, but with only 20 seconds left, she might not need to worry about it.
So Kira having a look. Rachel having the paddle over. Rachel is sitting with priority. Little peak coming up. Rachel's not going to be able to get into it, so this is going to be an interesting one for Kira Seal. First time at the World Longboard Championships, runs to the nose, gets that foot fully over. I do love that extension of, heel almost at the end of her nose. Little cut back, little switch stance. She's just having fun now. She knows that she has been eliminated from the World Longboard Championships, but it has been great to see her. She's really done well against the girls who are so experienced at being here. We're very excited to see her in years to come.
I think that was, she should be very proud of that performance. I think she did a fantastic job there. It was just ripped away from her by this woman, Rachel Tilley, staying focused, staying on it, and able to take the win. We'll be back right after this.
See that relief on her face. So exciting.
Hello, Take Two. We all know that you're stoked for the World Surf League Longboard Championship in Taiwan.
I wish I could be there to join riding those tasty, amazing waves.
I've heard the best things about Taiwan. Beautiful island, the most amazing coastline.
Don't forget about the green water and the blue skies.
You are part of something deeper. Welcome home.
This is badass!
We hope that our new movie, Aquaman, will inspire you.
Now get out there and become the next champion of the sea.
And be sure to catch Aquaman on the big screen this December.
The war is coming to the surface.
Arthur!
I'm not a king.
Atlantis has always had a king. Now I need something more. A hero.
And welcome back to Heat 2 of Round 1. Wingnut in the booth with Shannon Brooks Hughes. We are here live for the WSL World Longboard Championships in the water right now at Alanta Batista from Brazil, Alice Lemoyne from France, and Honolulu Blomfield from Hawaii. Action in the water right now, waiting on scores from the first exchange. Yeah, beautiful conditions still. Priority with Hano on the outside. The only score that's come through was a quick in and out for Atalanta, a 1.0. So the judges are taking a look at replays, and now we can too. There is Hono right there. Nice 5, long composed ride, a lot of cross-step footwork back. I noticed, most importantly, she switched to a calf leash on her back leg.
I noticed that yesterday also.
Last year, she was the one that confounded us with that front foot leash thing. All right, and there we go with Elise Lemoyne.
Beautiful, stylish hang 5. Love that kind of relaxed, arched back as she puts a little flick into the tail. Once again on the inside, little check turn, looking for that nose ride, those hands. She always has those hands out by her side. And
it's like she heard you. She dropped them right there.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of like it. I like that she's just like showing she's in control. As we see Atalanta on an absolute bomb out the back. Look at this section opening up in front of her. Beautiful composed surfing from our goofy foot. Can she make it around the section? It just
unfortunate, but you can see that there's still plenty of size on offer. That incoming tide really giving a little push. We've got the wind, still looks very reasonable. It's in the perfect corner offshore. We're going to check in with Sam Bleakley and Rachel Tilley, the winner of the last heat.
So here with our 2016 World Longboard Champion, Rachel. That was a really good heat, super competitive. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm really happy to have that heat over with. I knew the two girls would be really good competition, and this morning when we were looking at the conditions, it's a bit smaller today, and the wind's a little bit on it, and so I was nervous going into that heat, but now I'm happy to be going on through the day with that down in my belt.
So in the first round, that non-elimination round, you lost to Alice Lemoyne. Do you think that kind of helps sometimes to kind of light the fireworks?
Yeah, that was my first time surfing in round 2. So for the past 4 years, I think. And so that was kind of like, oh, okay, like, let's just take another heat to reevaluate, get some more waves under my belt. And so that heat with Emily was a tough one because she's a great surfer and she has a lot of fire under her, with this being her first year on tour. So I knew it wouldn't be easy. And so to have that under my belt, I think I was able to keep that momentum going into this heat.
So you're currently studying at Bond University in Australia. Tell us a little bit about what you're studying and what it's like then coming into a World Championship event, knowing that you've got something so big happening in your life at the same time.
So I'm studying sports management at Bond University, and right now I'm actually in like my final exams time. So I have a final essay due tomorrow, so I've been trying to balance that in this competition. But actually, I think taking the approach of having something so big at home as well, and something that is also so important in my life, kind of lessens the pressure here. You know, it allows me to go, okay, this is something I love to do, and this is something I'm here because I want to do, and there's other things in life, so if I don't get the best result here, then, you know, I have other things to go back home to. And yeah, so it actually, while it is kind of a lot going on, I think it's good. I really like it.
And you always turn up with these fresh hand shapes from Josh Martin. You seem to spend some time in the shaping bay as well. A message for Josh, do you want to kind of share a few words with him, tell your fans back in California how those boards are going?
Yeah, Josh, the boards are feeling great. I was going to ride the purple board. It's not pink, it's purple. I was going to ride the purple board before in this event, and just this one that I'm on has been feeling really good, so I've been keeping with it, and yeah, Josh's boards are the best, so anyone else, you should get them because they're the best.
Well, good luck in the rest of the event. It sounds like some good waves were just ridden, so back to you, Shannon and Wingnut in the booth.
Thanks for that, Sam. Congratulations, Rachel, on a great performance in that heat as we're picking up live with Honolulu Blomfield. She has found a nice set wave, a lot of power in the wave, able to get nose rides, nice powerful turns, really sticking a nose ride on the far inside section, which has been difficult to do today. As she finishes that one, we're still waiting on scores from those waves that were ridden in the background by Elise Lemoyne and Atalanta Batista. This is going to be another one of those very competitive heats. I mean, what am I saying? They're all going to be really hard at this point. As we see Atalanta, look at that long setup. That was a really pretty left go right on her backhand, which is phenomenal, and a long, composed, clean backside 5 with great footwork. I mean, she hasn't bobbled at all. That is the smoothest of any competitor so far today.
It really is. As she comes through to this inside, she'll look for one last nose ride. You can see that board just planing behind her, almost slides out actually, as we have that replay from Alice. quick straight to the nose. Beautiful section, beautiful hang 10. Those hands just keeping herself poised and in control, going for that big power car back into the foam. And this wave starts to stand up on the inside. I think with that pushing tide, that inside section is fantastic. Good hang 10 right in the pocket. Little cross step cut back. She's learning from Phil Rodgman and Chloe Come On. Those two who throw that move in so often. Amazing surfing from Alice. That one came through as a 7.83 as we see Honolulu answering straight back. Up to the nose. Nice big cross steps back to the foam. And she'll look to set this one up once again. So her second nice little snap, throws a lot of spray behind that one, and a third down into the pocket and going for that nose ride section once again. That inside section is really standing well this morning.
This will be interesting. The judges are giving that one a hard look, comparing it to Elise Lemoyne's wave. Atalanta got a 3.77 for hers, so 2 scores in the high threes for Atalanta. Our current leader, Elise Lemoyne, with an 11.50 with 21 minutes remaining, and waiting for that critical score to come through from Honolulu. And it'll be interesting here. That's why they're taking their time, looking at those replays so they can decide. But what a great combination. 2 really stylish, complete 10s from Alice Lemoyne.
Beautiful surfing. I love that opening one with that little sole arch.
There was a nice arch in it that shows, flair, composure, but also functionality, right? Instead of having to step back, she's able to arch her back like that and take a little momentum off of it. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, those weight shifts. There's so many different ways within longboarding to shift your weight, whether it's moving your feet, moving your body, arms in different positions, body positioning. And it's great to see that functionality coming into surfing, as well as the style and the grace aspect that it adds to it.
So priority outside with Elise Lemoyne. Atalanta Batista was second, and Honolulu in third priority. This is going to be very interesting when these scores drop. But as we saw in the last heat, with less than 5 minutes to go, Rachel Tilley snatched it away from everyone. So, patience can pay off. That's the beauty of the 30-minute heat that we've got. And I think it's great that they have 30 minutes in a heat that is an elimination round with 3 surfers in the water. So Hano's second wave came in at a 5.40. So she still needed a bigger score to get into first, but she's currently in second place, wearing the yellow Jeep Leaders jersey as she's going left there. 5 to 10 on the left, and it looks like it's going to close out in front of her. So Rachel was the first one to find a high-scoring left so far this morning, and Hano was in third priority, so she might as well give that a.
Give that one a look as we see Atalanta answering back. So nice big fade on the takeoff, big bottom turn up into the nose ride. Oh, just comes unstuck, unfortunately. But she is sitting with a 3.57 and a 3.77. We are waiting for scores to drop in for Honolulu and Atalanta as we see Alice, our heat leader, opening up. Doesn't get that opening nose ride that she would have been looking for, so she decides to kick out. I like that decision making, because that opening nose ride is where those points are going to come in.
And it was a good example. She took off at a run, thinking, and remember, when you shift so far over to the north, that shoulder is actually going to get fairly soft, so that would have been a better left go right setup for the nose ride. And so she realized that she gave away the majority of the scoring potential on that wave, and got out of it quickly to get herself back into the lineup. So priority is with Atalanta, second priority back to Alice, and Hano in third as she works her way back out there. Lots of time left. Still waiting for a quick score to come through for Hano, probably on that left. I don't think that'll go into her scoring line. So Hano is looking for a 6.11 to go into first, and Atalanta needs a 6.13 to move into second. You got to get at least second place in this heat if you want to continue on at the WSL World Longboard Championships here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are in the Taidong province on the east coast of Taiwan. It is overcast this morning again, but I'm a huge fan of it because it keeps the temperature down a little bit and really makes it easy to watch the action. Normally we would be looking straight into that morning rising sun across the water, and the glare makes it a little difficult to watch the surfers.
It really does. This morning there was this beautiful orange glow right on the horizon where you could see the sun was behind it, but it was just blocked, so our vision was still okay. Really thankful for that, especially where we're sitting in the booth. We've got this nice, we actually have a beautiful view out the curtain from us, but when that sun starts shining, the temperatures rise. So we're thankful for a little cloud cover. Not sure if there's going to be any rain expected today. We had a little bit off and on yesterday, but it is just
light sprinkles, let's
yeah.
say.
Nothing too heavy.
You can start to see the wind ripples on there. You know, when you get that wider shot, you can start to see way off in the horizon a little bit of white caps way outside. Let's hope they stay outside for the next hour and a half so we can finish women's round 3 as we see Hano having third priority, staying on the inside and keeping busy, getting on the nose early there as she tried to make that turn from the nose. Nice, powerful cut back there. She's just trying to stay busy, stay loose, as we see Atalanta there with a nice setup turn there. Wind, she's going to get out. She realized she's behind that one. You can see how much more spray is blowing. I think that wind's coming in, and look at the set right there.
Wow, it is absolutely beautiful. So many good waves this morning. There's still plenty of size when those sets come through, which is great to see. I think some of the surfers were a little surprised that it was so small this morning compared to what we've had the last few days. I mean,
but the forecasts were fairly accurate with the size
Totally.
dropping. We knew it was going to go down considerably from yesterday, but I think I really like the size. It's not, you know, we're not riding below knee-high waves here. We're definitely in the shoulder to head high. I mean, if it's head high on Hano, it's, you know, it's a good wave.
yeah. Exactly. So we'll see this replay here from Honolulu. Smaller wave, goes nice, kind of cruising, didn't run straight to the nose, just waited to see if that wave was going to open up for it. Goes back to that hang 5 once again. You can see that wind coming into play. Nice strong cut back into the foam and a clean kick out. So very simple wave, but stringing a combination together. She gets a 3.70, which is not enough to replace her 4.5, her low score. Her high score right now is a 5.4, but Alice Lemoyne is the one who has found the rhythm at the beginning with that 7.83.
Those two nose rides on that wave were fantastic.
So she's sitting still a little farther to the south side of the harbor here at Jinsun Harbor.
With priority, very comfortable, a 7.83, phenomenal number. She's looking to get rid of a 3.67, so she can be fairly selective with 14 minutes remaining with a comfortable lead at this point. Hano has separated herself, keeping herself a little to the north, seeing if she can sneak in, and putting her game face together is Chloe Calmon, who is coming up in the next heat. And that next heat is also going to be a corker with Tori Gilkerson and Soleil Erico. Soleil putting on a fantastic performance in round 1, surprising everyone.
She did absolutely amazing. She had an 8-point ride in her round 1 heat. I can't remember her backup score, but nice to see the youngster getting an excellent score on the board as we see Honolulu. Little check turn to set herself up here. Goes into that nose ride. Perfect hang 10 in the pocket. Love that little trim line.
Look how tiny her footsteps are, too. Nice, powerful turn. Remember how she had separated? She had third priority. She had no right to get a wave this good, but she was played that really smart, had a huge separation from Elise Lemoyne, who had the priority, and she's going to put up a really good score with that wave. She needed a 6.11 to move into first, and I liked everything about that wave.
Amazing surfing from Honolulu. She seems to be one of the girls who has really found her rhythm with this spot over the years, as we see, like you said, under priority. How good is this wave? And
she set it up. She started to run, said, no, I want to go back and set it up. Got a nice nose ride there and get nice tiny little steps there. A lot of speed, a lot of composure. She's going to get a big cut back here. That is going to help. I mean, she was trying to drop a 4.5. I mean, she needs a pretty good number to take the lead, but I think this is going to help her at the very least keep a strong hold on second place as we see Elise Lemoyne with priority.
Straight to the nose, those hands high in the air, stuck on the 5. Now big cut back to try and stay in that little bit of a power pocket. Goes a little flat, but it starts to potentially stand up here on the inside once again. Gets that second nose ride in. Nice little variety of maneuvers, variety of turns thrown into the mix, and a clean kick out. So Alice looking to drop that 3.67. I think she'll certainly do that and increase the requirement over Honolua, but we do have a score coming through. Hano chasing a 6.11 to take the lead away from Alice.
Look at that. Nice, steep, critical part of the wave. Arms flying high, but they're holding them nicely. That is a beautiful extension of your body, trying to keep yourself trimmed up nicely on the nose. She did a great job there. Shoulder going to get a little soft here, a little cross-foot flare, but I just think that was a fantastic ride from Elise Lemoyne. So scores dropping. Hano, under priority, pulls a 7.17. Combined with that 5.40, she just jumped back into the lead. Look how smart that was. Her positioning with third priority, found a gem, made the most of it, and jumped into the lead. 11 minutes left. Let's look at that wave again. Starts to go, decides to stall and set it up a little bit. Now her positioning is so much better in the face for that nose ride. Nice clean 10. Sets it up, trimming, fast forward, tiny, tiny little steps there. Gets those 5 toes and the whole ball of her foot wrapped over the nose. Nice big cutback. That wave just got bigger and better throughout the whole thing. Another powerful cutback. Even another one. A lot of spray in that turn, and she's out. Well surfed, Hano. That was fantastic. Definitely deserving of that 7.17. And then Elise Lemoyne answered back. Her score on that, a 5.73, put her ahead of Honolua. So Hano now needs a 6.40 if she wants to take the lead. And now the pressure is really on Atalanta. She needs an 8.80. She's got 2 scores in the high 3s, and those just are not enough.
There is a set coming through. We can see those lines on the horizon. All girls paddling out. Atalanta sitting with priority. So if she can just maintain that good wave selection, Atalanta definitely has the chance to get one of those better scores, but it's got to be the right wave in order to deliver that kind of score. Here we go with a paddle. She's just a little bit far out, and that's going to hurt her because she is going to lose priority. Priority now going to Honolua for that set wave behind. She has a look, decides not to go. Alice in second priority, and she is up and running, literally to the nose, stuck on that 5. Beautiful. Now to make it through this first big section, just looking for that nose ride once again, as we say, coming up on the ascension, running to the nose. Nice little cross-step cutty back into the foam, and another one, so throws that variety in. Just loses control a little bit there on the end, maybe trying to force too much into it. I like that she's thinking, get her score up, but also just take a step back.
Yeah, take a breath, take a breath.
She's doing okay. You're in the lead.
She's trying to replace that
5.73
because, you know, she knows that Atalanta is capable of finding that wave, so she wants to keep as much pressure on and stay in the lead. She knows that Hano's going to want to take it away from her as well. 8.5 minutes left. A lot can still happen here. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
As we see Soleil Erico getting ready for her heat. She'll be in white coming up in the next heat. It's going to be fun. You can see the athletes choosing to wear a little bit of neoprene at this stage with that wind out there. So getting a little chilly. Super comfortable actually here in the booth.
Yeah, it's really nice. I'm okay. I'm still in shorts and a t-shirt. And coming up in our last heat of the day, we will have Lindsay Steinrady, Caitlin Milkinson, and Hiroka Yoshikawa in heat number 4. We did see some unfortunate knockouts yesterday, but that's how this goes. The round 2 competition with those second place surfers out. But here we go with live action. Honolua taking off behind the peak, similar to Rachel Tilley's best wave. Beautiful hang 5, able to stay on there nice and long. Good composed surfing, good rail game back into the foam, taking that kind of mid-range high line on the wave, just staying with it to see if it stands up for her on the inside. I really like that opening nose ride, and now looking to get those extra little points in down the bottom and a clean finish. So she's looking to replace a 5.4.
Yes, 5.4. Could be in there. Could be in there as we see Atalanta right there. Nice footwork to the nose, really composed, clean nose ride, clean footwork, really clean turn. I like the on rail through both sides of that turn, but not a long enough, not a large enough wave. I don't know if that's going to help. And now she's given away priority with a good looking set on the horizon for our heat leader to choose from. She's going to let this first one go through. Very interesting.
All right, so scores to come through across the field. Our surfer in third place, Atalanta Batista from Brazil, chasing an 8.8. Atalanta back home does a lot of community work, works with kids at risk, as we see Honolua stuck on that nose, so waiting for this score to drop in. She's looking to replace a 5.4 and gets a string of cutbacks, just staying in that high line. Nice functional maneuvers, keeping her in the power pocket, showing that she's very much in control. Gets that last little tap to the nose, and that wave goes soft on her. And Atalanta just setting it up straight from the start. She also has those nice super tight steps, front and back. Good hook over the nose for that opening hang 5, and pulls out as that wave goes soft.
Just not a big enough wave, just did not have enough size. There are still some really nice set waves out there. We see a competitor for the next heat. That is our past ISA and WSL world champion Tori Gilkerson. She made Jared get up really early this morning, apparently.
I'm sure she did. But he's thankful. He hopped along this trip, ended up with a spot in the event. Obviously, ranked really well on the Australian QS. And he is still in the mix as well. So there's a few couples hanging around. Atalanta's boyfriend, Jeffson Silva, he's still in the mix. He'll be coming up in round 3 of our men's division. And yeah, it's just great to see those couples traveling together, obviously pushing each other with their surfing. And big score comes through for Honolua, a 6.5, puts her in the lead above Alice Lemoyne. And the pressure is on for Atalanta with 5 minutes to go. Her requirement now a 9.79.
And finally finding a really nice left for her to show off her goofy foot skills. Gets a really clean nose ride. She's going to set up the re-entry right there. Unable to put it together. Maybe starting to feel that pressure build upon her.
She's got a tough pedal out with this
Look
set cutting.
at those peaks. They say this is a flip version of Trestles, and it kind of looks like it right now. And priority with Elise Lemoyne. There she goes on this one. Nice. The wingspan is open. The cutback is smooth and powerful. Walking forward on the nose there. Almost kind of outrunning. I would have liked to have seen maybe try to sit back in that little pocket a little bit more. There's a little, well, and then we have Hano hanging 10 coming from the outside.
We have the current world champion looking graced as ever.
She is definitely looking on fire here. She is, in my opinion, the surfer to beat. Has the world title, won it here on this beach, has been comfortable out here when it was really big, wild, and woolly. And just look at the way she's been starting the waves fantastically and finishing them strong. I think Hano is looking sharp.
And she's someone that really knows this wave well. She's been here at least 4 times, maybe 5. Over the years, competing in the LQS that was here before it was upgraded to a world championship event for longboarding. And she has, she took the win here last year. She's done really well in the shortboard division as well. So she just knows this wave. And she seems to be patient enough to wait on that north side for that right peak, which gets her those huge scores. As we see Alice driving.
That's a great cutback right there. That's really sharp. I mean, the power through all of it. I mean, I think that's one of the best cutbacks I've seen all morning.
I agree. Nice bowling section, really stuck with it as we see Honolua answering back. Nice perfect hang 10 straight through the pocket.
She didn't rush up there too early. She kind of waited. You saw her there at kind of midpoint on her board, just wait. And then as that lined up in front of her, she went right there, hung 10, really clean. Look at that little trim composed around the section. Kept her body quiet. And then a couple of power gouges right there, her little cutback. Going to get one more in here. Really looks like she likes the way that board works underneath her. And a 6.80 for that wave. So extending her lead. Elise Lemoyne now needs a 6.14 for the lead. And Atalanta still needs a huge number, a 9.79, if she's going to stay in the competition. Round 3, 2 surfers advance, 1 goes home. This is the second heat of round 3. 2 more that we are going to finish round 3 for the women for sure today, and then we'll see how the conditions hold up.
and Alice just screeching past underneath. She
I
takes
kind of
time
liked
off.
her. I liked her
Yeah.
setup. She got her body low. She had good balance. I thought she was going to trim right through that thing and come out the other side. We have priority outside with Honolulu Blomfield. That is going to allow her to definitely hold on to the win here. Elise Lemoyne looks like she's got a very strong second place position. And Atalanta Batista has put on a nice performance this week, but she will be returning home. And with an equal, I'm sorry, you've got your glasses on. Could you tell
I've
me
got my
what her
glasses
positioning
on.
is?
Equal 9th place, goes home with $1,500. That'll pay her airfare, no doubt. And our other surfers will be advancing into the quarterfinals, which means at least a 5th place finish, which is very good for setting up rankings for next year. I believe it's the top 8 that re-qualify from our women's side of things. The top 8 out of this event means that they are secured for next year's World Championship event. And then there's obviously the LQS events that will run regionally, and those that these other girls will have an opportunity to try to qualify through.
And then with next year, we having just recently announced that the Noosa Festival of Surfing is going to be a
excited.
WSL Longboard CT event. That's in March of next year, March 4 through 7. Being part of that festival will be fantastic. What a great, rich cultural experience the Noosa Surf Festival is. I started going to it about 30 years ago,
Wow.
and it's just been too long since I've been back.
So excited. And I'm so excited to see our surfers at first point on a right-hand wave, a very classic traditional style longboarding, just to throw in the variety. To see these surfers back here in Taiwan at the end of next year, of course, in bigger surf, that trestles-like look, beautiful conditions that we have here in Taiwan, but it'll be great to see that variety of surfing come in. As we see Atalanta have a paddle, doesn't get into it. Honolulu out the back.
What a way to end. About the commentator's curse, I stopped talking. I didn't want her to fall on that. So this is the last wave that'll be ridden in this heat. It's Hano. She finds a really clean section on the inside. Quality of the wave is still very, very good. You find that wave, and there were a bunch of them. Honolulu found 4 or 5 of them. That was a fantastic display of surfing by Honolulu Bloomfield and Alice Lemoyne. Congratulations, Hano. Well done, and we are going to hand this off to Chris and Sam after this.
写什么？你看什么？你们赶快啊！混啊！你写3天，我改8、7次，是不是不想看啊？
有一种爽，交给老板一巴掌。爽皮松 beer。
Hello and welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing World Longboard Championship action. We're here in Jinzun Harbour, about half an hour north of Taitung City, about 500 kilometres south of Taiwanese capital of Taipei. Round 3, Heat 3 action. Chloe Carmen, Tori Gilkison and Soleil Erico in action. And this looks like the Brazilian kicking off proceedings. My name's Chris Binns. Alongside me is Sam Bleakley. So from Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro, Chloe Calmon there, looking really smooth with a good opening wave there. Nice bit of footwork up to the nose, gets a quick 10, pedals back to the tail. 27 minutes remaining, 30 minutes heats, best 2 waves, top 2 surfers advance into the woman-on-woman quarterfinals. We've already seen Crystal Walsh and Rachel Tilley and Alice Lemoyne and Honolulu Bloomfield, our reigning world longboard champion, advancing into the quarterfinals. Who will it be from these three? This is a really big heat, Chris. Alice and Hono looked really strong earlier, but any one of these three women in this heat, Chloe Calmon, Tori Gilkyson and Soleil Errico, could win the world title here. We saw Soleil beat Chloe Calmon earlier yesterday, and the regular footer has been looking really electric in the free surfs, but Chloe Calmon, the two goofy footers in this heat, both Chloe and Tori. Tori is a former world longboard champion, riding a single fin. Donald Takayama, one of the great kind of designers of longboards, the late great Takayama, is kind of real status symbol when you see somebody with a Takayama. They're the kind of Rolls Royce of surfboards, as we see the replay. More of a peaky wave, Chris. I don't think it's going to go into the excellent range, but she's looking loose. It's nice to get that first wave under your belt.
Yep, so she'll be happy to get first points on the board. This one comes in at a 3.17, so just a minor score, but all the same, good to move out into first position. So conditions have dropped somewhat from what we've seen across the first 3 days, but still plenty of swell coming in, maybe moving a little bit more around to the east.
Yeah, moving more around to the east. That wind's coming up today, so fingers crossed we can finish out this round without too much deterioration from the wind. But right now we're going to go down to a post-heat interview with our reigning world longboard champion from Haleiwa, North Shore of Oahu, Honolulu Bloomfield.
Thanks, guys. Honolulu, congratulations for taking out another heat win in the gold jersey. How does it feel coming into this event wearing that?
I mean, it feels good. Not really any different, kind of. I still have to work hard, and I'm having fun surfing these heats. It's a little smaller today, but still fun.
And you seem to be in a good rhythm, staying towards the north end of the beach here, taking off on those rights. Is that your strategy kind of moving into the rest of the event?
Yeah, I mean, every session I have, I pretty much just sit on the corner. It's pretty consistent. I don't know. I think I got maybe one deep one out there. I kind of got in a bad roll from the start, but then thankfully I put it back together and got a couple.
And what is that like, being a competitive surfer, having a kind of a rough start at the beginning of a heat, knowing there's 30 minutes to go? How do you reset yourself to come back with the win?
I've learned after all my losses that you just have to stay composed, and anything can happen really, so just keep your head up and keep trying, never give up.
And talk us through what your year has looked like so far. You took out the win here last year in December. You won the Duct Tape Invitational this year in July in Huntington Beach. What other events have you been doing, and what's your travel looked like?
I went to Europe earlier in the year and did a QS there, and then I think I went to Kingscliff and Noosa. But I've been traveling a lot this year, so it's always nice to go do other events other than this, but this is definitely one of my favorites.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. I'll let you get ready in case the girls surf again today, and we're cheering you on. Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations, Honolulu Bloomfield, looking strong in rhythm with the sets, but whilst that post-heat interview was underway, you would have seen on your screen our goofy footer from Southern California, our former world longboard champion, Tori Gilkyson, got a smoking right-hander there with a really nice, solid hang 5. That will be a big score, but also Soleil Errico has ridden a wave. So here we see the replay of Tori Gilkyson from California with 4 really crisp, clean, smooth steps to the nose. A second nose right there, great control through the footwork, everything looking very composed. So 2 strong nose rides there, really powerful, solid nose approach from Tori Gilkyson, expecting a decent score to drop, but also Soleil Errico from Malibu, the 17-year-old regular footer riding the Bill Stewart surfboards, is waiting for a score to drop as well. So I imagine that Tori Gilkyson's score is going to come in similar to Chloe Calmon's score. We're just waiting for that to come through right now. She has dropped a 6.0, so Tori Gilkyson goes into the lead. Chloe Calmon with that 3.17 and waiting for Soleil Errico's score to drop. 22 minutes remaining. Any one of these women, Chris, could be a world champion. So I think this is a real statement, whoever wins this heat.
Yep, definitely. And the 2 Americans, we saw Soleil yesterday. She was pretty bubbly in her post-heat interview. They've all been surfing plenty during the free surfs. We're starting to see some of the grommets getting into town for the World Junior Championships that are kicking off at the conclusion of this event. So
wasn't
the lineup,
too competitive in the lineup yesterday, was it? Only like 20 of the best juniors in the world and 20 of the best longboarders. Very easy to get waves, wasn't it, Chris?
Yeah, and Soleil was out there in some kind of cat suit. I think it wasn't necessarily a full suit, but yeah, she was saying something about the jellyfish. I haven't come into contact with any of you.
We had a lot more wind last year, and with those northeasterly winds, sometimes you get the jellyfish washing through. So last year the jellyfish were a little bit of an issue here, but certainly I haven't seen or felt any of the jellyfish this year. But Soleil Erico has been on fire in the free surfs. 17 years old, from Malibu, riding Stewart surfboards, sponsored by Janga wetsuits, studying in her senior year of high school at the Grosser Learning Center in Pacific Palisades, and apparently a straight A student, so she's a very bright young woman here and a fantastic surfer. Her sisters Athena and Jolie Bay, who are both competitive skiers, might be listening in and tuning in. I know her mum will be listening. She's here with her father Danny, and Chloe Calmore is here with her mother Anna, so she's been a great advocate of Chloe's surfing, videoing all the free surfs, regularly kind of analysing what's happening, fine-tuning the approach. And I know that Miguel, Chloe's father, will be listening in. He's a really great longboarder back home in Rio de Janeiro on the east coast of Brazil there. And Tori Gilkison here with her partner Jared Neal, who's competing in the men's event. Jared, a legend from Australia there, a goofy footer, and Jared's never been a world champion, but will it be this year? He was there behind the scenes when Tori Gilkison won her first world title a couple of years ago. Maybe both of them could walk away with world titles this year.
All right, here goes Soleil Erico. She's got the full suit on again today, and straight up under the nose. So conditions have dropped a little bit, but that's allowing for a little bit more of the classical, sort of traditional longboarding style like we're seeing right now. And Soleil, that's her third engagement with the nose, flying down the lane.
Flying, that's a great phrase for this, because you really got a sense of the speed, and I often say the fastest surfer wins, and she really did look like she was really accelerating through everything there. Nice variety of maneuvers demonstrated, a few nose rides. I like the use of the drop knee in the cutback as we see the replay here. She sets up that high line to get a good trim line so that the fins are locked in for that nice nose ride, pulls up for a tight 5, wasn't a full 10, but a nice tight 5, and there's the drop knee turn, powers back into this second section for another nose ride here. Really good, fast, controlled, committed surfing from Soleil. 3 solid nose rides on that wave, so will it be a higher score than Tori Gilkison's 6.0? I imagine it could well be. I'm not the judge here, but my opinion was that she really did demonstrate good variety, good commitment, high risk surfing, using speed, power, flow, control, style, footwork. Everything was really on show there.
Yep, lots of keywords in play. And will that add up to a decent score? We've seen some numbers come in. Tori Gilkison, this was her 6-point ride, so the best wave of the heat so far has put her into the lead. Still waiting on that last score to come in.
So that was a much bigger wave, Chris, but I thought from Soleil what we saw, yes, the wave was smaller, but everything was in the pocket and there was a little bit more variety revealed. Tori had some great footwork and 2 really good strong hang 5s. Soleil had 3 strong hang 5s and a beautiful sweeping drop knee turn. There was a lot of acceleration, a lot of good flow and style, and the scores coming in, it's a 5.83, so a very similar score, coming out slightly lower than Tori's wave, which was a bigger size wave, but Soleil really going for it there. She's now in the lead with that 3 and that 5.83. Tori Gilkison had a look at the left but decided to go for the right, pedals up to the nose and back to the tail on that single fin. Donald Takayama in the pink model. This is one of the great longboards. If you're new to longboarding, you don't know what to get, you're not going to do bad picking up a board like this. The Takayamas are such beautiful boards to ride, and Tori Gilkison really riding it beautifully there, Chris. Stylish surfing from the Californian.
Yeah, and well spotted. She did have a good look at the left before she swung things to the right. Here goes Chloe Carmen on her 3rd wave. She's looking to get rid of a 0.5. She's pretty much done that already. Drives it around, big roundhouse cutback from the Brazilian surfer from Rio de Janeiro.
Macumba Beach, a really great surf culture there in Rio. As Chloe Calmon, big star, she presents a longboard show on Canal Off, one of the main kind of sports channels there over in Brazil, looking really smooth and strong on her new advanced Nico Cabone boards there. So Chloe Calmon, she just needed a 2.85 to move into first position there. Soleil Erico with that 3 and that 5.83. Tori Gilson waiting for a score to drop. It's likely to be a very strong score. You'd imagine Tori will be back into the lead. Love the way she had a look at that left, but then committed to the right. So already there's a good opening 5. Nice setup for the second nose ride section. See how she's looking to get high in the wave so that the fin locks in position, and there's the quick hang 10. The first hang 10 we've seen of this heat thus far is a very short hang 10. It wasn't really too critical, but it was good nose work. I doubt it's going to be higher than her 6.0 as we see the replay of Chloe Calmon with a great opening 5, big sweeping, powerful turn, aggressive rebound off the white water there, setting herself up again like Tori, looking to get that high line for the nose ride, but sometimes the wave doesn't always facilitate that, yet she picked the perfect line there. Really strong surfing from Chloe. This is going to be a very strong score.
Yeah, and I like that little cross step sort of switch turn there as well. Just those extra little bits of style and nuance that really impress upon the judges that you're very much in control of your craft and know what you're doing. So there is the last score for Tori Gilson, a 4.93, enough for the lead. We're still waiting on the last score for Chloe Calmon. There it is, a 5.07. So she now requires a 3.8, but that's her best wave. Soleil Erico is looking for a 5.11, but it's Tori Gilson with a 6 and a 4.93, who is our heat leader as we come down towards the halfway mark, just over 15 minutes to go. This is heat 3 of round 3, so first and second progress through to the quarters, and unfortunately we bid farewell to third place. There are 4 heats in this round, so one to come after this. Lindsay Stoneridey, Caitlin Mickelson, who was in a pretty good stoush with the lady we see on screen right now, Tori Gilson, in her heat yesterday.
And she just found a lucky 100 Taiwan dollar bill on the street, so she's claiming that as her good luck charm. I saw her only 10 minutes ago, and she's really positive about that lucky charm. So let's see if it has any impact on the results.
Oh, there you go. And Hiroko Yoshikawa is the third surfer in that heat, and I'm pretty sure if you go out the back and check out some of the activations here at the event site, you can make up your own lucky charms. They've got a sort of jewelry display or something like that where you can
there's
design your own trinkets. There's
if you're in the island, come on down. You know, even if you're in Taipei, you can get a flight down to Taitung, or you can catch a train down here to this area, or you can drive that wonderful coast road from Taipei. Is a really driver's road. It winds itself along the cliff edge down the east coast, so come and visit the World Longboard Championships here. We're crowning men's and women's world titles. Then we've got the junior event coming up with our waiting period starting on the 1st of December, as we see from Rio de Janeiro, Chloe Calmon with a massive re-entry there. She's looking to get a 3.80 to move into first position. Scores having dropped for Tori Gilson's last wave at a 1.93 means Tori is in the lead with the 6 and the high 4 as we get that nice replay of Chloe Calmon there. That means that she's in first position with a... No, she's not in first position. We're waiting for a score to drop. Still Tori in first position, but it's Soleil Erico on your screen there with a really nice tight 5. She's in second position. As I said earlier, looking very fast, alive, electric on those Bill Stewart longboards there. Really smooth, strong surfing from Soleil. Really determined to make a statement here. She looked spectacular last year in the World Longboard Championships, but had a nail-biting second round loss to Tori Gilson. But whoever had won that could have moved on to get in the final. So Soleil's already been demonstrating for a number of years that she could threaten for a world title here. Just 17 years of old, spends half the year in California, a lot of time in Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. She's a big supporter of Surf Aid. She's here with her father Danny and Chloe Calmon, 24-year-old from Rio de Janeiro, here with her mother Anna. So what an interesting heat this is, Chris, because everybody's best wave is sitting around the 6 mark. You know, we had the Tori's 6, Chloe's 5 and Soleil's high 5 as we go over to the replay of Chloe there. Really powerful re-entry there. She would have loved for that wave to open up more as we see the replay of Soleil. What do you think of this one, Chris?
Yeah, well, again, plenty of speed, and she translates it into a good variety of manoeuvres as she works her way down the line. Opts for the more traditional carve than the drop knee on that one. Sticking with this, so the backed off conditions, there's the drop knee carve, allowing for plenty of nose riding. Things are just pushing all the way down that point, so the girls are really finding their feet. And we're seeing some great action in round 3 of the women's division of the World Longboarding Championships here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
So it's high tide around 11:30, so local time here is 10 to 8 a.m. So with that pushing tide, we do have a small swell, but that pushing tide hopefully should allow these rights to deliver that good open shape, as we see a replay of Chloe Calmon with a really fantastic hang 10. That was phenomenal nose riding from the Brazilian. Great footwork pedaling back. Love that cross step turn there to set herself up, but just dags that rail. Unfortunate, that might have given her the opportunity to get that 5.27. She needs to move into first position. Tori Gilkison from California in the lead with a total of 10.93. Soler Errico in second. On your screen, up and riding, 4 steps to the nose, really good fast 5, pulls up for a tight 5. Wasn't the full 10, but great control with the footwork. Uses that powerful sweeping drop knee turn there, using her deck pad to get extra grip. Nice high line here. Can she find another hang 5? Goes for the very, very quick hang 10, then once again another drop knee turn. This is one of the bigger, more open waves of the heat. Perhaps not as big as Tori Gilkison's first 6.0, but certainly a bigger wave than Soleil's 5.83. So will it better that 5.83? I imagine it could. I think it'll certainly better her 4.5.
Yep, she's looking for a 5.11 for the lead, so she's very much asked the question of the judges. Here goes Tori Gilkison looking to consolidate first place. Anything over a 4.93 will do that. Just the one turn so far. This wave not really cooperating. She's going to stick with it and hope that it stands up as it gets a little deeper into the bay. Still can't find the nose. There she goes, gets the quick 5 as the wave peters out. So what did you make of that one, Sam?
It looked like one of those wider sets, didn't it, that broke in the deeper water. And you want, as much as it's good to get those wider ones because they have that open face, if they don't have a steep section, it's very difficult to get a critical nose ride. And the judges are looking to score the nose riding in the pocket in that steep critical section of the wave, because that's the hardest place to do the nose riding. So they're rewarding that degree of risk if you get those nose rides critically in the steep section of the wave. So I don't think it's going to be a very strong score for Tori, but she's still in the lead with that 6 and that 4.93. But the judges right now will be analyzing that last wave of Soleil Errico from California. Will it be enough for her to move into the lead, as we see Chloe Calmon from Rio de Janeiro with a great footwork up to the nose, looking so fantastic. What great style there as she pedaled up, hung 5, got her toes really close together. It wasn't the full 10, but it was a beautiful tight 5, and setting herself up. Can she find one more line in the wall here to get another hang 5? That's what she'll be hoping for. The wave fades out. I'm loving everything I'm seeing from Chloe, but it looks like so far Tori and Soleil have been on slightly better shaped waves. Whether that's just a little bit of a luck of the ocean, or maybe they're in rhythm with the sets, I'm not quite sure, but everybody here is looking red hot, and anybody could win this with 9 minutes to go.
Yep, so Soleil has priority. She went for that first wave, but no one else in the lineup, so that's not going to cost her priority for not getting into it. Still waiting on those last scores to come in for each surfer.
Really important material for the judges to be studying right now, Chris. So tell us a little bit about how the kind of judging panel operates. How many are there, and what's the process of delivering those scores?
Well, there's 5 judges. You take off the top and the low scores, and then average out the middle 3 to get that final score, which is why you'll see a lot of the scores ending in 3s and 1/6s, that sort of thing, because they're rounded up and down. And yeah, we have a head judge who sort of just makes sure that everyone's on the same page. If you've got an outlier, he might sort of question, why they went so far this way or the other. You'll see that a lot with judges deciding whether or not someone's actually completed a manoeuvre, or if they've fallen off the back endeavouring to do so. And that gives you your final score. Best 2 waves count. There's no maximum wave count anymore. There used to be, you could catch your 10 waves or something like that. But that is how we get to our final scores. Here's a quick recap of all that we've seen so far. Soleil Errico, her last wave coming in at a 6.2, so that is enough to give her the lead.
Soleil Errico in the lead. That's really interesting. The score drop there from the judges, and this was one of the bigger waves of the day there. Great footwork from Tori Gilkison, our former world longboard champion there. Really good control. She got delivered a 6 for that wave, so that really set off her heat on a strong stride. But wow, Soleil will just be hearing from the announcer that she's moved into first position. Tori now needing a 6:04, but what score is going to come in for Chloe Calmon? It comes in at a 3.67, so Chloe still in third position. If nothing changes, Chloe will be going out of the event because only the top 2 women advance into the women-on-women quarterfinals. We've already seen Crystal Walsh match up against Alice Lemoyne in quarterfinal number 1. Then Honolulu Bloomfield is going to be matching up in heat number 2. But who will be progressing into this second side of the draw here? Wow, all to play for here at the World Longboard Championships. We've got 6 minutes 35 seconds remaining. Soleil Erico in the lead with that 5.83 and that 6.20. Tori Gilkison in second position. If nothing changes, she will advance still into the women-on-women quarterfinals. She's got that 6 and that 4.93, but still in the game. Chloe Calmon from Rio de Janeiro with that 5.07 and that 4.23. She only needs a 5.87. All of these scores are quite low for what you'd expect from these surfers, but they're dealing with the conditions on offer, and there is no question that given the opportunity, Chloe can easily get a score in the excellent range, win this heat and advance into the quarterfinals. So 5 minutes 56 seconds remaining. Soleil Erico from California in the lead. Another Californian in second position. Tori Gilkison traveling with her partner Jared Neal from Australia. Tori is a former World Longboard champion, having claimed that crown in 2016 at Ryu Bay, Hainan, China, as we see a 2011 World Longboard champion, the great Lindsay Steinreide, a professor at Saddleback College where she teaches physical education, does a lot of yoga, training for yoga teachers, and she's going to be a contender here in these right-handers. But then look at Caitlin Mickelson there on her Donald Takayama board in the pink model. Different than Tori Gilkison, she's gone for the 3-fin version. Caitlin, Tori has the single-fin version, both of them opting to use leashes today. I think some surfers probably won't use a leash. I noticed that Taylor Jensen wasn't wearing a leash in his free surf this morning. He's always one of the first people out there. It was pretty much pitch black when he was paddling out. A lot of people kind of having to think, is the leash going to hinder me? Is it going to get tangled in my feet as I do the footwork? Or is it going to mean that if I do fall, it saves my board from a nasty ding off on the rocks here? Because these rocks can eat a board up in two.
They sure can. All right, we're down under 5 minutes remaining. It's still Soleil Erico in the lead with a 6.2 and a 5.83. Tori Gilkison is chasing a 6.04. Chloe Calmon still very much in range. She is looking for a 5.87. So Chloe is looking for that score to get up into second. Tori, that's the score she needs to get up into first. First and second progressing directly to the quarters, and unfortunately third place goes home. Is that going to be Chloe Calmon? She wants to hang on. That's not going to happen there. Just over 4 minutes remaining. Priority is with Soleil and Tori, and they are two advancing surfers at this stage as well.
Wow, that was a big set. So if she could have had some open face there, she would have got the opportunity perhaps to go for that 5.87, but it looked like a big steaming, quick breaking wave, so she's not going to be able to get that 5.87. So the situation will remain unchanged as we move into 3 minutes 45 seconds remaining. Soleil Erico in the lead. This is a huge result if Chloe Calmon goes down. For the last 4 years she's been in the top three. Twice she's finished second on the World Longboard Tour. Twice she's finished third. She's always a contender, having to suffer that heartbreak of coming so close. She's one of the world's greats. Can she get the ride she needs to get that 5.87? Priority is with Soleil Erico. Tori Gilkison in second priority. What will that mean now, Chris, into these last 3 minutes, that Chloe Calmon is needing that 5.87, but she's not in priority?
Yeah, well, she's got nothing to lose at this stage. She can take off on anything without fear of sort of losing her priority. So, you know, there is that. There's less mind games that come into play. She doesn't have to sit and wait and hope that something comes. She can take a speculative look at anything on the inside. But the set waves are very much going to fall the way of Soleil and Tori at this stage with priority. They'll sort of be holding the trump cards there. We see Chloe slightly on the inside, just seeing if she can't sneak into something. Not necessarily a bad tactic. You couldn't get those sort of in-between size runners that really bite the bottom nicely and give you plenty of shape to open up and show off your repertoire. But 2.5 minutes to go. She needs a 5.87. Tori Gilkison, anything over a 4.93 will tighten her stranglehold on second place.
You can see the difference in body language between these three surfers. You saw the Californians, Soleil and Tori. They were both sitting to the north, relaxed, knowing they're both currently booked their positions into the quarterfinals as the situation remains unchanged, but then scrambling for something. Moving to the south, we see Chloe Calmon from Rio de Janeiro there. She really needs the score. She's looking for anything, like you said, Chris. She's out of priority, so she has that opportunity to look around, but then if a bigger set does come, these two women on your, this woman on your screen has second priority. To the left of the screen, to the north of the lineup, Soleil Erico has the first priority.
Yeah, so some interesting games going on right now. We've seen Chloe moving to the south, maybe to see if she can't get onto her left, and we see Tori Gilkison looking to play a little bit of defense, maybe moving over to keep an eye on Chloe, because she does have priority over Chloe. She doesn't have first priority over Soleil, but she has the upper hand over Chloe Calmon, and might just want to exercise that. Meanwhile, on the inside, here goes Chloe. She's looking for a 5.87. There's just over a minute to go. This wave not offering her a whole lot so far. She's maximising every opportunity. It's still just a little runner. Is it going to bite the bottom and stand up? Couple of quick nose rides, but again, just sort of a knee to waist high wave. You're going to struggle to get a solid score in that situation with a minute to go, Sam.
Exactly, Chris. You said it right there. She gave that everything. She surfed that wave brilliantly, did as much as was possible, but the wave size perhaps is going to limit that opportunity to get the 5.87 that she needs, as we see Tori Gilkison moving back up to the north, maybe to get herself near to Chloe Calmon.
There's no maybe about it. She's 100% getting over to go and sit on her, and you love this. It's it is an elimination heat. You definitely don't want to come third and go home. So Tori not necessarily as focused on catching waves as she is on catching up to her Brazilian competitor in Chloe Calmon.
And Tori beat Chloe Calmon in the final of the Women's World Longboard Championships in 2016. So Tori has ignited that competitive spark. She's looking to see through this last 5 seconds of the heat, but it's Soleil Erico who's got priority, and she might get a little swan song ride here. Is she going to be a little bit too deep on the section? But congratulations, Soleil, you take that win. And Tori Gilkison in second place, so commiserations to Chloe Calmon. That is a huge result here in the World Longboard Championship. So Chloe Calmon, unfortunately, going out. For all you surf fans tuning in Brazil, you're going to have to keep your eyes on some of the men coming up, but right now your big legend Chloe Calmon has sadly been eliminated from the World Longboard Championships, but two Californians advancing into the quarterfinals. In first position, Soleil Erico. In second position, Tori Gilkison. As we see Soleil on your screen there. Coming up, we have an absolute beautiful heat. Here's Lindsay Steinride, surfs against Caitlin Mickelson, and our Japanese stylist Hiroka Yoshikawa. Stay with us at the World Longboard Championships here at Jinzun Harbor, Taitung, Taiwan.
Hello, Take Two. We all know that you're stoked for the World Surf League Longboard Championship in Taiwan.
I wish I could be there to join riding those tasty, amazing waves.
I've heard the best things about Taiwan. Beautiful island, the most amazing coastline.
Don't forget about the green water and the blue skies.
You are part of something deeper. Welcome home.
This is badass!
We hope that our new movie, Aquaman, will inspire you.
Now get out there and become the next champion of the sea.
Be sure to catch Aquaman on the big screen this December.
The war is coming to the surface.
Arthur!
I'm not a king.
Atlantis has always had a king. Now I need something more. A hero.
Championships here at Jinzun Harbor, Taiwan. It's heat number 4 of round number 3 in the water. Lindsay Steinride and Caitlin Mickelson, both from Southern California, surfing against Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. 4 waves have been ridden, waiting for scores to drop. We just had a massive result in heat number 3 as Soleil Erico, Tori Gilkison knocked out Chloe Calmon from Brazil. So congratulations to Soleil and Tori. Commiserations to Chloe. That was a really massive heat. Any three of those women could have moved on to win the world title. Will it be Soleil's year? Will it be Tori's year? Or will it be one of these three here surfing on your screen? Lindsay Steinrade, our 2011 World Longboard Champion. Hiroka Yoshikawa from Unjuku in Chiba, just outside of Tokyo, as we see a replay of Lindsay Steinrade, toes on the nose there, 4 steps up to the nose, pedaling back, beautiful control and footwork there, powerful setup for a second nose ride section, gets a really good solid hang 10 there on her Ryan Ingle shapes and kicks out smoothly. A great start there as we see Caitlin on her Donald Takayama in the pink 3 fin, a little bit behind the foam ball there, not the open face that Lindsay kicked off with. So a really strong start for Lindsay Steinrade as we see Caitlin powering through that section and getting a nose ride opportunity, and 2 waves also ridden for the Japanese surfer. I'm Sam Bleakley in the booth with the great Chris Binns.
I don't know about great, mate, but anyway.
Well, you're looking at some serious action happening all over the world in WSL. I can see you're just looking at the QS happening out in North Shore of Oahu.
Sure am, yep. Vans World Cup of Surfing is on at sunset and very much down to the business end of the qualifying series.
Oh, it's a great week to be a surf fan. I mean, there's so
fantastic.
much, and if you've missed things, there's so much to catch up on the WSL website there. You know, the variety of action that has been happening in surfing this week with the WSL is phenomenal.
Yep, it's been a great week. We've seen big wave events go down. Well, last week we had Nazaré in Portugal. This week we've had the Jaws Challenge, of course, men's and women's. We've crowned Stephanie Gilmore world champion for the 7th time at the Beach Waver Pro, which was taken out by 3-time world champion Carissa Moore. And Riss really setting herself up for a strong run into 2019. That's going to be a great showdown between her and Steph, 2 of the all-time greats. And they've never really had a season where the 2 of them have gone properly head-to-head. And you just know that one of these days it's going to be a really ding-dong showdown between the 2 of them.
Do you think Steph's got it in her to get that number 12 to match Slater?
Well, 11 to match Slater, 12 would see her move ahead. As we see Lindsay Steinrade out in front of us, she opened up with a 4.5. And this is going to... She needs a 1.51 to move back into the lead, and I think she's well and truly done that already.
Great surfing from Lindsay there. She finished 2nd in this event last year. She had a phenomenal final with Honolulu Bloomfield in really good open face right hand, as Lindsay is the reigning surf relic champion there from Southern California, a professor at Saddleback College, and look at the way she surfs this nose ride here. Really great solid hang 10, pedals back, opens her feet then to get that big sweeping turn and sets herself up with footwork to keep the trim line. Really good 5. You could see her foot wrap right over the nose of the board, sweeping cut back there once again, looking for that last nose ride. Realize that the wave is fading out, kicks out. 2 really solid rides for Lindsay, coming in with a 6.17 and a 4.5. She is on fire, not hanging around, already looking like she might be the woman to beat in this heat.
Yeah, she is looking good, although Hiroka has opened up with a 5.5, so that's a very strong platform to launch an assault on this heat from. So we're down to the last 9 surfers. There'll only be 8 left, and we're down to the quarterfinals once this one is done and dusted. 1st and 2nd through to the quarters, the bottom side of the draw. So first we'll go up against Tori Gilkison, who just came 2nd in the last heat, and 2nd place will go up against Soleil Errico, who just won the last heat. So things are starting to shape up very nicely. Speaking of Soleil Errico, we're going to go down and have a chat with her right now.
Thanks for that, Chris. I'm here with Soleil. That was a nervous win, shall I put it that way?
It was definitely a very nervous win. At the beginning of the heat, both Tori and Chloe got like solid waves, and I was just sitting out there like, okay, this is nice. And then, I mean, luckily a couple came to me, so it was good.
It's a bit of work out there trying to make sure you're in the right position and sticking with your own game.
Yeah, like if you're not in the perfect spot out there, like you're not going to be in a good position to get the wave, and it can cost you like as you're riding. So yeah, it's really important to like make sure you're in the right position.
And near the end of the heat there, you know, you're in the lead. Tori's really close. Chloe's still within striking distance, and that priority comes into play a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. At the end, Chloe was trying to get waves, and me and Tori were just like, oh no, like what if she gets like the wave? but I mean, it's just unlucky, and she's a great girl. I love her so much.
Well, you're all three fantastic surfers. I mean, that was one of the potential full final heats. You know, it could have, any one of you could have been. So, but somebody has to lose. And congratulations to you. You know, you're the youngest that's still through this event.
Yeah, it feels good.
You've put in the time and the work.
I have. I trained really hard before this event, so I'm glad it's paying off.
Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you in the quarters.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Wingnut. You're not standing on sandbags again, are you, mate?
I'm standing on a rock. I'm standing on a rock.
I thought he was wearing his high heels again, but never mind. Maybe he'll pull those out for finals. They're here, the World Longboard Championships. 21 minutes remaining. We saw some great waves being ridden. You might have caught a glimpse on your screen of Caitlin Mickelson, the physiotherapist from Southern California, looking really strong. I'm expecting a massive score to come in. Let's see the replay. Sets up a high line. 4 steps to the nose there. Bang. There's the 5. Really good control. Pedals back to the tail. Really good clean footwork. Sweeps it back and forth with the S-turn there to get that high line. There's that second nose ride. Nice speed acceleration through that section. Really good read of that wave from the Californian Caitlin Mickelson there. Waiting for that score to drop. Steinrade in first position with the 4.5 and the 6.17, but Hiroka Yoshikawa with that 5.5 in the bag there, certainly existing as a potential winner for this heat. She's one cool cat from Onjuka in Chiba in Japan. Have you ever been there, Chris? A really great coastal community there in Chiba, 2 hours outside of Tokyo.
Yeah, I have been there. I've surfed in Chigasaki, I think, which is right in that hood, and it's cool. It's a great part of the world. Lots of enthusiastic surfers, and just it's a similar feel to where we are right now.
Exactly.
These cool little surfer hostels everywhere, and I love the vans over here. If you're a surfer, you drive a 4-wheel drive van that has, you know, Rasta stickers and all that sort of stuff all over it, and you sleep in the back of it and you drive up and down the coast.
I feel as if the Japanese surfers have a great advantage in Taitung and Taiwan because they do travel here regularly on free surf trips as well, and they feel very at home here with the food, with the culture, and you can expect a big result from maybe the Japanese shortboarders in the junior event coming up as well. Are there some big names to look out for in there? I'm sure there are, but there certainly is a big name here in the Women's World Longboard Championships. 25-year-old regular for Hiroko Yoshikawa, our 2017 Japan Tour champ from Unjuku in Chiba. Her dad was a pro shortboarder, her mum a super keen bodyboarder. She rides her dad's shapes, Ruiji shapes there, and she's got really good footwork, getting rewarded a 5.5 for her biggest score of this heat so far. She's in second position. She needs a 5.18 to move into first. Caitlin Mickelson scores a 4.73 for that last ride, so she just needs a 4.95 to move into first. But priority sitting there with our heat leader, our 2011 World Longboard champion Lindsay Steinrade from Southern California with a 6.17 and a 4.5. Both Caitlin and Lindsay regular competitors there. They would have matched up against one another a number of times at events at home in California and on the World Longboard Tour. As we see a really nice section there for Lindsay there. Great opening 5, but not able to find that open face. Second wave being ridden on this set. Our Japanese surfer, nice high line, but a little bit too high. She takes a fall, she takes a slide. She's not going to move into first position on that score, but she's still there as a quarterfinalist if the situation remains unchanged. You can guarantee there's going to be a lot more scores dropped because there's 18 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Still some sets coming in. Nice right hand appealing through unridden there. Lindsay paddling out to the left of your screen as we see how she takes that high line, goes for that solid 5, but quite deep on this wave, so not able to get out onto the open face. Our 2011 World Longboard champion riding Nation surfboards shaped by Ryan Engel, sponsored by Toes on the Nose, a professor of physical education at Saddleback College, and last year's runner-up here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, where she lost to world champion Honolulu Bloomfield.
Yeah, Sam, you're asking about the some of the juniors who will be appearing next week in the World Junior Champs. From Japan, Joe Azuki has been a fixture in the World Junior Series the last couple of years, as has his compatriot Yuji Nishi. Those guys are back in action. They'll be joined by Toi Tanaka, who's a name I'm not familiar with, as well as Roy Kanazawa. and you just know that they will be bringing a lot to the boys' side of the division. Here goes Caitlin Mickelson flying down the line. This is a great looking wave.
Powerful nose riding there from Caitlin. You know, really committed to that 5. Nothing going to knock her off that board. Really smooth, really stylish, strong surfing there. Looking to get a 4.97 to move into first position. Priority with our Japanese surfer Yoshikawa from Chiba. She has got the pick of the sets as we see the replay of this powerful 5 there, pedaling back to the tail, accelerating through the footwork, getting another strong 5, not letting anything knock her off her feet as she accelerates into this big sweeping turn there, uses the footwork just to keep that board gliding in trim. That 3-fin Donald Takayama there, really smooth surfing from Caitlin Mickelson, looking strong, looking to win her first world title. She's a real strong competitor, having just won an event in Puerto Rico, a qualifying series longboard tour event down in Rincon there at Domes. The fun right hand, a warm tropical water, similar to here. So she would have just been kind of coming off the back of that win. I think I actually just said Costa Rica. I meant Puerto Rico. As we see a recap of our stylish Japanese surfer. Look at the footwork demonstrated there. Really smooth surfing from Japan. Recap of Lindsay Steinreiter there. Here's that hang 10. Both toes curled right over the tip of the board. And what a perfect sponsor to have. Toes on the nose. You couldn't ask for much more in longboarding, could you, Chris?
Yeah, well, it's like the poster for the event. Here's a great shot of Honolulu Blomfield from last year. Just really styling it out. Both toes over the nose, and he's on billboards all over Taidong. It's fantastic to walk down the street and you look up and there's this big shot of, I think it's Honolulu, representing the longboarding champs. And then Mitch Parkinson from the QS last year is the poster boy for the junior side of things. Obviously last year it was a qualifying series event.
That was a really phenomenal ride from Yoshikawa there, Chris. She faded in really nicely, set herself up for some great footwork, 2 really strong, smooth nose rides. So let's see the replay. Look at that left go right fade, 4 steps to the nose, no hesitation there. Right in the pocket, pedals back to the tail. Look at the way she readjusts those feet to get them over the fins. Riding a 3-fin board here, nice bit of rocker line on that board to allow those holds on the nose ride there, but good trim speed through the middle there. Reconnects with another nose ride section. Great footwork, little foam climb there. Doesn't quite hang on to that as the wave fades out, but I don't think that will really affect the score too much. She needs a 5.04, so the judges will be looking for that commitment, that criticalness, that use of traditional surfing, all of the board, all of the wave, control, style, flow. They'll be waiting to drop a score. Will it be the 5.04 that she needs to move into first position? Because right now, Caitlin Mickelson has moved into second. Lindsay Steinreiter still in the lead as we see our commentator Shannon Brooke Hughes talking to Rachel Tilley, who is matched up against Alice Lemoyne in the first quarter-final. And kicking off the event for the women's, Alice Lemoyne beat Rachel Tilley in heat number 1. So Rachel will be looking to get revenge on Alice, but Alice is really looking fired up for this event as we see Lindsay Steinreiter. She's going to get a really nice high line on this. It could be an opening nose ride. There it is, bang, 2 steps to the nose, solid 5. She's got right out on that open face. Look at the way she can accelerate through this section. Now the stall with the hang 10, slowing down, staying in that pocket. Really good surfing and a great foam climb and looking to connect with this open section. She read that wave perfectly. If this doesn't go into the excellent range already, I'd be very surprised. She can just fall off now, and I think she's already got an excellent score. Phenomenal surfing from Steinreiter.
Yeah, most definitely. You could see that she wanted that wave. She really was thrashing to get into it. And there's a reason, because she knew that it was just going to stand up. Gave her plenty of opportunity. And, yeah, as you said, Sam, I just love the way she locked into those nose rides and just demonstrated perfect control over her board. Couple of turns as well, so a bit of variety. And you can hear, it's a guttural reaction once the crowd, they can't help themselves but to get involved. A very learned audience that we've got here. A lot of the surfers' peers, obviously, watching downstairs from the deck. And, Lindsay Steinreiter doing it beautifully from start to finish on that one.
Yeah,
so
she really put it all on the line. Like you said, hungry. You could just see from the body language of the way she scrambled, paddled hard into that wave, and she took that really good high line, knowing that the first nose ride maneuver would accelerate her, but it was that second nose ride maneuver where she used the hang 10 to stall that kept her in the pocket. So a really great opportunity for young longboarders around there to study someone like Lindsay on a ride like this and really see how the nose ride is actually a functional part of longboarding to both speed you up and slow you down depending on the shape of the wave. So 12 minutes 35 seconds remaining here at the World Longboard Championship event, round 3, heat number 4, the last heat of this round 3. Will we be moving into the quarterfinal women on women heats? I know that our Longboard Tour Commissioner Will Hayden-Smith would have been having a discussion with some of the other competitors in the event here. We've got Rachel Tilley, our former world champion, surfing against Alice Lemoyne in the first woman on woman heat, and then an all Hawaii matchup. Honolulu Bloomfield will be up against Crystal Walsh. That's a massive heat there. And then Soleil Erico has booked herself a position in heat number 3 of the quarterfinal. She will be surfing whoever comes second in this heat right now, and booked into heat number 4. Tori Gilkison will surf against the winner of this heat. So will it be Steinrade, will it be Mikkelsen, or will it be Yoshikawa? Currently Steinrade in the lead, Mikkelsen in second, Yoshikawa in third, waiting for scores to drop for all 3 surfers. I'm pretty sure, I'd be very surprised if Steinrade's wave that we saw earlier doesn't go into the excellent range, but waves have been ridden by Mikkelsen and Yoshikawa there. 11 minutes 15 seconds remaining, Chris.
Yeah, so Lindsay Steinrade is definitely going to extend her lead. It's just a matter of by how far. I just had a quick chat with Longboard Tour Commissioner Will Hayden-Smith, and we're going to go quickly on hold at the end of this heat, so in 11 minutes time, and he's going to put his head together with the 8 remaining competitors, the 4 quarter finalists, and they're going to make a call on whether we continue to run or not. Can't really see a situation why we wouldn't. It's pretty dreamy out there right now.
Well, yeah, if you look at the forecast, this is a tapering swell from that typhoon swell. We do have a slight improvement of wave period from a northeast direction coming up. You never know what the wind's going to deliver on a daily basis. Irrespective of the forecast, you just have to turn up and see what's on offer. We've certainly got favourable tides for the coming days because we got that low to high pushing tide all through the morning, and generally it's that morning time when we get the lightest winds. So we could be crowning the World Longboard Champion in really good longboard conditions, you know, open face, clean wave opportunities. As you can see, Crystal Walsh, she will be surfing in the second quarterfinal against fellow Hawaiian Honolulu Bloomfield, as we see some replay action of Caitlin Mikkelsen there with a nice bit of toe time there, curls it back off the tail there, sets herself up again for her second nose ride. Nice stretch 5 there. Is she going to find a steeper section to get a third nose ride here? Pumps it and comes off the bottom with a nice hard re-entry, controlling that and then setting herself up for a little inside left-hander here. Is she going to do a nice smooth kick out? I'd like to see a good kick out, end the wave in style, as we see our Japanese surfer looking really smooth, taking a fall. Scores coming in for Lindsay Steinrade, a borderline excellent. It was a 7.83. I thought it might go well into the excellent range, but the judges deeming that it's just underneath the excellent range, which begins at an 8.0. They would have studied that. They would have looked for commitment, control, flow, style, pocket surfing. So 7.83. Wow, that really consolidates her lead, added to that 6.17, putting a lot of pressure on Caitlin and Yoshikawa from Japan. Both of those surfers are on similar scores. At the moment, Caitlin's in second and Yoshikawa is in third, but any one of them could move up into second position.
Yep, so we've seen Yoshikawa drop a ton of scores, but none of them really significant. A couple of 2s and a fraction. So it's the 5.5 that is the important score for Hiroko Yoshikawa at this stage. She is looking for a 5.04 to jump up into second. Second currently held by Caitlin Mikkelsen, who has a 5.8 and a 4.73. An 8.2, so an excellent score required to put her into first, which is currently held by Lindsay Steinrade, who's doing it very nicely with a 6.17 and that last 7.83 that we've just been talking about.
Just looking at my notes, made a bit of a mistake earlier by saying that Caitlin was riding the Takayama in the pink. She's actually, I scribbled down some information when I spoke to her earlier in the event. She's riding the Noah Comp. She has 2 boards with her, a Noah Comp single fin and a Noah Comp, so it's a different, slightly different model than the so-called in the pink. So good to get my facts right there. She's a doctor of physical therapy at the DSC Performance in San Clemente there. I know her husband Niles will be listening in. The Del Mar legend from California, Caitlin Mikkelsen, is currently booking her place a place in the women-on-women quarterfinals, but can Hiroka Yoshikawa get the 5:04 that she needs to move into second position? Priority with Steinradi out on that open face right-hander there, 4 steps to the nose, nice 5, pulls up for a tight, really good long 10, controls it, pedals back, she's going to come hard off the bottom, cracks that re-entry with control, with flair, with style. Is she going to get another open face there? Strong surfing from Steinradi, looking to replace that 6-1-7. Score will drop very soon. So Mikkelsen and Yoshikawa needing a 5:04 for Yoshikawa to get second, Mikkelsen an 8:20 to get first.
All right, 7 minutes remaining. Lindsay Steinradi, that wasn't her longest wave, but it was a good one. She paddled in and was faced with a very attractive wall, found the hang 10 section, and finished it really strongly on the closeout as well. So, yeah, the quality was supreme with this one. Talk us through it, Sam.
4 steps to the nose there. There's the 5, pulls up for the 10. Nice long 10, but then has to really stretch back and move quickly to complete that nose ride, and then a big powerful re-entry there. The wave's now closed out, game over, but a strong score expecting to drop. I'm not sure it's going to replace her 6-1-7 and increase her lead, but she is still in the lead with a combination of 14 points from those 2 top waves. 2 top waves count. 6 minutes 13 seconds remaining. Caitlin Mikkelsen in second position, but Hiroka Yoshikawa from Onjuku Beach in Chiba, Japan, only needs a 5:04 to move into second position. So, wow, is there going to be an opportunity for the Japanese surfer? But she has priority, so how is she going to keep her calm here? You know, sometimes it's kind of difficult being in priority because you know you don't want to make the wrong move.
Yeah, it's all a battle of nerves at this point. Do you hold your nerve and just wait for that big opportunity that you hope will come? Or do you take a speculative look at something that's maybe a little less obvious, just to try and get those points on the board as early as you can?
And it's a very difficult lineup to stay still in because there is a lot of current here. So to be able to just have that confidence and patience to just pick your position and stay still with priority, take something special. It's not one of those surf breaks where staying still is often favorable. You're generally having to keep paddling up to the north because that current drags you down to the south, unless of course you want to catch one of the left-handers there. Nothing being missed there on the cobblestones here at Jinsun Harbour, Taitung, the World Longboard Championships. Little lull, but there looks to be something poking up on the horizon there as we get into the last 5 minutes. Steinradi in the lead, Mikkelsen in second, Yoshikawa just needing a 5:04. I'm sure her family will be tuning in back home in Chiba, desperate for their star to get an opportunity here to go for that 5:04. It would be a huge result if she advances into the quarterfinals. I think Steinradi and Mikkelsen, they were perhaps the favourites in this heat. They probably felt they had the contest experience to beat Yoshikawa, but in these smaller conditions, I think Yoshikawa's style can really shine.
Yeah, absolutely. She's very proficient, and she just makes it look so effortless as she moves around the lineup. And she's going to have to dig something up with 4 minutes to go. She's chasing a 5.04. There's really nothing in it at all. Caitlin Mikkelsen with a 10.53 two-wave total, ever so narrowly in front of Yoshikawa with a 10.47. But the important scores are those high scores, the 5.8 and the 5.5. So Caitlin Mikkelsen, slightly more of an upper hand than the scoreboard would suggest, but there's really not much in it between our second and third place surfers with 3 minutes 30 to go.
So first priority with Yoshikawa, second priority with Mikkelsen, third priority with Steinradi there. So Yoshikawa still looking for that 5:04. So that last set didn't really materialize in the position where the ladies are sitting. It broke further to the north, but you can see Steinradi, who's out of priority. She's got that freedom to roam a little bit. She hasn't got the pressure on her. She's in the lead. She's got that 7.83 and that 7.07. So that last score did replace her 6.17. So the judges really rewarding that critical, committed hang 5, hang 10 combination and that big, powerful re-entry. So it just goes to show that length of ride isn't important. If you put it all on the line on a shorter ride with commitment, with control, with a high degree of difficulty, you can get a really big score. So that's great surfing from Steinradi, consolidating her lead, a total of 14.90. So if the situation remains unchanged, she will be surfing in the final quarterfinal heat against Tori Gilkison, and that would mean that if Caitlin Mickelson stays in second position, she will be matching up against Soleil Errico. So the bottom half of the draw is an all-Californian affair. So we can now say that if the situation remains unchanged and Yoshikawa doesn't progress into quarterfinals, there would definitely be a Californian in the final. Is that correct, Chris? The science of that? If the bottom half here is all Californian, does that mean there has to be a Californian in the final?
Oh, 100%. Yep.
So there we go. That's very interesting. We've got another Californian in the top half of the draw. Rachel Tilley surfing against Alice Lemoyne in quarterfinal number 1. Then we've got an all-Hawaiian matchup. Honolulu Bloomfield surfing against Crystal Walsh. Honolulu, our reigning world longboard champion. Crystal going for that first world longboard title. She came second to Rachel Tilley a few years ago. She will be desperate to get that longboard title here in these conditions, as we see Caitlin Mickelson having a look. She was in second priority, loses her second priority. She's now in third priority. So that's an interesting situation, because she's now in that kind of threatened position with 1:20 seconds, because it's Yoshikawa who just needs that 5 to push Mickelson into third position. Will she get that opportunity? What do you think, Chris?
Interesting decision there from Caitlin to have a look at that, because she's gone from second in line and the next to inherit priority from Yoshikawa to the back of the line, so back of the queue, which is well, with 1 minute to go, it really is a battle for second place. Lindsay Steinradi with those 2 sevens, a 7.83 and a 7.07. Good hand in poker, fantastic scoreline in surfing. And Caitlin Mickelson looking to upgrade her 4.73 and see if she can't just give herself a little breathing space from Hiroko Yoshikawa, who is hot on her heels with a 5.5. At the moment needs a 5.04, but only 40 seconds remain in this heat.
So still with priority, Yoshikawa, she's going for this wave. Is it the right one to choose? Can she catch it? She's got it, a high line there. Is she going to be able to find that steep nose rise section? She looks to be behind the pocket here. Was this bad positioning? She had that priority through the last 5 minutes, but it doesn't look like she's given herself the good opportunity, as we see Lindsay Steinradi. She gets charging through this section, but that's going to close out. She doesn't mind, because she's our heat winner. Yoshikawa won't get the 5.04 that she needs. Mickelson might get an opportunity to ride one more of these waves, but with 5 seconds remaining, congratulations Steinradi and Mickelson booking their places in the quarterfinals with a phenomenal performance from our 2011 World Longboard champion Steinradi, looking so strong, so smooth, but Mickelson still there. She fended off that threat from Hiroko Yoshikawa, but Hiroko can be really proud of this performance. A great finish here, 9th place in the Women's World Longboard Championships here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing at Jinzun Harbor. Congratulations to our Japanese regular footer there, but the 2 Californians booked places with 2 other Californians. So moving on, we got Rachel Tilley and Alice Lemoyne with the first matchup in the quarterfinals, then Honolulu Bloomfield and Crystal Walsh the second matchup, and then it's an all Californian affair. Soleil Errico will surf against Caitlin Mickelson in the third quarterfinal, and then the final quarterfinal will see Lindsay Steinradi against Tori Gilkison. Wow, that quarterfinal bottom half of the draw, meaning that one Californian will definitely be in the final. It's very interesting, Chris.
Yeah, and if you look at it in 2020, when the Olympic year rolls around, the 2 Hawaiians become Americans once again, so that would see 7 of the 8 remaining surfers in the field flying the stars and stripes. Alice Lemoyne is from Reunion. She's surfing as a Reunionaise here, but Reunion is, of course, a French territory. So, yeah, if you went by passports, there's 7 Americans and 1 French woman left in the draw.
And that's interesting, that Rachel Tilley, Alice Lemoyne heat, because Alice has already beaten Rachel Tilley in the event. Yesterday morning, she beat Rachel with an 12.67, so Rachel had to move into that first elimination round 2. So as we can see on your screen there, Caitlin Mickelson comes out of the water with her Noah model Donald Takayama 3 fin. She's got a spot in the quarterfinals. We're going to see some highlights of the action so far, and then fingers crossed we might be progressing with the quarterfinals. We're waiting for the Longboard Commissioner Will Hayden-Smith to have a discussion with the fellow competitors. So hopefully we'll be back, but stay tuned here at the Women's World Longboard Championships at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Longboard Championships. We just had a really great performance from our 2011 World Longboard Champion, Lindsay Steinreide. She's down at the water's edge with Shannon Brooke Hughes for a post-heat interview.
As down with Lindsay, congratulations for making it through in what looks like the most fun conditions that we've had all event. How are you feeling in the water and moving into the quarterfinals?
I'm feeling good in the water. The waves are really fun morning. I think the winds are more favorable than expected, and plenty of waves even for a three-man heat, so stoked to get some.
Awesome. And strategy moving into the next heat, and maybe talk us through the boards that you're riding. Similar gear to last year?
Yeah, I'm actually riding the same board I rode last year. I've made a couple different designs, but I know this board works really well in these conditions, and actually I don't actually have another option because my other one's in 3 pieces. But I'm happy I have the board that I want to be riding. It feels really good. Strategy is just to go out there, find the good ones, and surf as best I can, have some fun.
Awesome. And you've had a great run this year with some of the other longboard events that are happening worldwide. You won the Surf Relic Tour. How does it feel coming in with that kind of momentum to this event?
It definitely helps with confidence, and just, I mean, it's still the same playing field in those events, so you're up against the same people. So yeah, just a bit of confidence and momentum coming in.
Great. Well, anyone back home you like to say hi to before you head back out?
Just some of my friends and family that are watching and supporting, and I'm sorry you didn't get to see the heat yesterday, but hopefully this one worked.
Everything's back up and running, so we are well on, and yeah, back into the quarters. So back to you guys in the booth.
So we're going to actually get a little bit of a celebration of what the World Longboard fans enjoyed last year. So we're going to go to, this is something, Chris, you're going to love, because we had some great waves across Papua New Guinea and Taiwan last year when we crowned the 2017 World Longboard Champions, which were Honolulu Bloomfield and Taylor Jensen. So enjoy the action and stay with us for the continuation of the Women's World Longboard Championships here at Jinsun Harbour, Taiwan, Taitung.
Yep, we're back in action right after this, so the quarters are coming your way.
The 2017 World Longboard Championship Tour has come to its second and final stop of the year. And welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We have begun quarterfinals heat number 1. We thought we'd cut that recap short so we can watch Rachel Tilley and Alice Lemoyne go head-to-head in the first quarterfinal of the day, the WSL Women's Longboard World Championships. Wingnut joined in the booth by Shannon Brooks-Hughes. Down on the beach, we've got Sam Bleakley and Chris Bin. Shannon, quite an exciting day.
Wow, absolutely amazing. The surf has really come alive throughout this morning. The wind has come and gone a tiny bit, but it really hasn't picked up as strong as what we've been expecting. Although it is still only just before 9 a.m. local time here in Taitung. We have had a busy day of surfing so far. 4 heats for round 3 now.
I think it's great that we pushed early and made sure we got started early. All the athletes were up for it. Staff was on hand, and we had a great early start. Phenomenal conditions and some nail-biter heats, and we saw some of our favorites being sent home. And here's a recap. This is the first wave of the heat. We know Rachel Tilley likes to start with a good one, and she did. First wave, quick nose right there. One of the bigger waves we've seen in the last half hour.
Yeah, some solid waves still coming through, which is great to see. I was sitting with some of the girls just in that those last 2 heats of round 3 discussing if they wanted to go into the quarters. And while it can be a little bit slow at times for those sets to come through, it's still really, really good when the sets come. And now that they're in 30-minute heats with only 2 girls in the water, there is plenty of time for them to get some excellent waves.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw, each athlete last 3 surfers in a heat and 5 or 6 waves ridden by almost every surfer in a heat. So there's plenty of waves on offer. And I was, commenting with Sam earlier that both Rachel and Alice are fierce competitors. They're great surfers, but they love the battle as well. So it's interesting to see. So Rachel didn't have priority. Alice did, but was unable to catch that wave. So Rachel gets to get another one. A great wave, nice nose ride. Look at the way she hangs with it, gets a nice 10. Really nice. By not being as far out, she has really found herself a fantastic wave. That'll score better than her first one, that 3.83. And best of all, the psychological point that just went, in her bank, in her own head. That I just got 2, got one underneath priority, and now look at the set stacking up for Alice. The battle is on. 25 and a half minutes left. This is going to be fun.
Wow, so exciting. Great wave shape from that little inside wave as well. That bigger first wave of Rachel, she had that nose ride to start, but it really didn't open up for her. It kind of had that soft tapering shoulder, which is what we want to avoid at all costs with heats like this. We need those pockets. We need that critical surfing. As we see Alice Lemoyne has a paddle, doesn't get into it. Potentially the wave behind. We'll see what she does. Scores to drop in for Rachel Tilley.
So let's look at how small the wave looks as it starts out, and then it starts to feel the bottom and will clean up and stand up as she gets that nice 5. As the wave gets steeper, she gets the 10, back to 5, clean footwork back, using her arms, beautiful cut back, a lot of rail work on that turn, and then out. Not trying to milk it and get anything unnecessary, being really conscious of where a true score can come from in a steep part of the wave. So 2 quick waves for Rachel Tilley. That's got to feel good for your self-worth in this heat.
Absolutely. So Alice Lemoyne waiting for her to open her account. And I'm just noticing, so we are into the quarterfinals. Rachel Tilley, Alice Lemoyne in the water now. Coming up next, we have Honolulu Bloomfield and Crystal Walsh. Heat number 3, quarterfinal 3. Soleil Erica, a bit of an upset for her. Sorry, not an upset for her. A very much excited, amazing momentum moving forward. But for Soleil to make it into the quarters at only her 2nd year here at the World Longboard Championships is an excellent result. She will be up against Caitlin Milkinson, and then in heat number 4 will be Lindsay Steinreide and Tori Gilkerson. We have 5 Americans. These girls, 5 Americans in the quarterfinals left, all coming from Southern California between Malibu and San Clemente.
3 past world champions in here.
3 past world champions. And then 2 Hawaiians, Honolulu.
Four world champions.
Wow, what an exciting field left in the mix.
And how good must Soleil feel? She's gone around further than she did last year, and now it's her and Crystal Walsh, the only ones without a world title. As we see Rachel Tilley setting up this wave, another nice 5. She had priority, hung that 5 for a long time. Nice cutback, quick turn back into the pocket. Getting that little tag to the tip on the shoulder doesn't count for much, but the work was done on the outside, and those are 3. Bang, bang. First wave was a 3.83. Her second one, the one she snuck away under priority, was a 5.50. And now this third one's going to come in. Will that third one be better than that first 3.83? I think it might.
So just building her campaign as she goes through. Alice being super patient as we see Rachel. Beautiful, tight footwork all the way, just stuck on that hang 5 for so long through that section. I agree. I think it's going to go higher than her second score at this stage. She's going to build that score line and put more pressure on Alice, and she does with a 4.23 last to Rachel Tilley. Now sitting with a heat total of 9.73, so she's comfortable. She's now looking to build to see if she can improve on that 5.5.
Right, and now she's got the pressure on Alice, and it'll be up to her. Alice just needs to catch her breath. There's so much time, and a 5.5 and a 4.23. Those were lower scores than anything Alice got in the heat that sent her here. So there, she definitely has the skill set to come right back and take this, but mentally, that just kind of knocks you back a step when Rachel has gotten 3 waves without her able to capitalize and get a single one. Yeah, Alice was in the heat with Hano and Atalanta previously, putting her here in this. And Rachel was up against Crystal Walsh and Kira Seal, and Rachel took the win in that one. This is fun. Nice conditions. If you look way outside when the wide shot is there, you can see a little bit of the white caps on the horizon, but that stronger wind has stayed way outside. So we get kind of a fairly powerful, but it's a side offshore. So it really hasn't had a negative impact on the waves yet.
Yeah, it's still really fun out there. I'm actually quite jealous because this is my dream surf conditions.
Sweet spot.
Smaller, sweeter surf, take a log out, beautiful, the water's warm. Although it looks gloomy and gray, it's actually really warm. I was wearing my jacket just walking around outside in the wind, but shorts, t-shirts, and no one's really wearing a thick wetsuit at least. If
yeah,
it is,
it's just to fight the wind off. That's all anyone's doing.
Right.
Because the water's in the mid-70s here, air temperature low 70s this morning, as we are still just at 9 a.m. here in Jinsun Harbor, Taitung County of Taiwan, and we're going to see the first wave of Alice Lemoyne.
Beautiful footwork all the way to it. Love her little hands tight in next to her body. Good little rail work back to the nose, sets herself up really nicely. So good opening wave from Alice. She's going to be feeling very comfortable moving through the rest of this heat, now putting something like this on the board. If she can stick it all the way to the finish, just goes down on the inside. Not that clean kick out, but good surfing from the back.
That type of nose, stuff nose exit in the inside shore there, that's fine. There's nothing negative to that. What's really critical is she had an opportunity for 2 nice nose rides on the outside part of that wave. So I think that's going to be a very good opening score, and that'll help her out. So you'll see how she sets it up. Nice little turn, gets the 5. Holds it, nice little arch body position, cut back, puts herself back in the pocket, nice footwork back up. There's another 5, nice steep, critical. It hung there long enough, gets a cross switch foot turn right there, a little shaky on it, but nothing negative. She gets one more little flick, and then she's just going to do the stuff nose kick out, boom. So
Alice is in the mix. We have a score to drop through for our first of blue with 20 minutes on the clock. Still longer heats than most of the time you get in a board riders contest, where you're up about maybe six-man heats with 15 minutes on the clock. See if you can get 2 waves in that kind of situation. So
the battle, with no priority, so it's a full battle. Yeah, those are fun.
Totally insane.
I don't miss those events, not at all.
Very different when you are one of these women surfing in the World Longboard Championships with 30 minutes on the clock, great conditions, super fun surf, and just 2 girls in the lineup with priority. Lots of photographers on the beach, lots of locals come down and take a whole bunch of photos. There's been just a really cool little festive vibe here at Jinsun Harbor. Lots of little tents kind of set up and local food and everything. And we have Alice on her second ride. Her first score coming in at a 6.0. Nothing much out of that one, so that's going to be a throwaway score. But opening with a 6-point ride.
Opening with a 6-point ride. Those 2 nose rides were able to surpass the highest score that Rachel Tilley had. And then giving it a little bit back to Rachel with sneaking a second wave right underneath priority there. It ended up not being a very good wave, but as you can see, that competitive battle. Oh yeah, under priority, I think I'll get a scoring wave too. This is great. You know, some of the competitors are more casual about the whole thing. They know they've got priority. They can just cruise around. But I see these 2 athletes as being more of a head-to-head, try to get in each other's head competitors.
I agree. And Alice, she is hungry for a world title. She is one of the, let me see here. We've got 4 girls. Half of the field in the quarterfinals has not had a world title to their name. Half of them have. So we may see girls putting their second world title down, or we may see a fresh one. Alice is one of the girls that I think is probably the hungriest here. She's been in the mix in those final positions for quite a few years now, and she definitely knows that she is here to win. Rachel Tilley hoping to get a second world title to her name. The great thing about these girls making it into the quarterfinals, though, is that they've re-qualified themselves for next year. Making it into the top 8 on the women's side of the draw means that they're going to be highly seeded into the first event of the year at Noosa, that World Tour 6,000 point event happening in March. And then also for next year in Taiwan, they'll be reseeded as they're in the top 8 this year. There is the Frenchies, the Del Perro brothers.
Antoine and Edouard there, whistling, helping, trying to calm Elise down, like you're good, you've got a great first score, you've got this, just play your game.
Exactly.
And that's really the advice when I was talking to competitors down there. You've gotten this far by surfing smart and surfing the way you enjoy to surf. Stick with that. Don't change anything at this point.
Tony Silvani, he's sitting there with a curly blonde hair. He's been dealing with a hamstring issue, so we're hopeful that he's going to decide to paddle out in his round 3 heat, whatever that happens, potentially tomorrow morning.
He's going to paddle out, that's for sure. And I was talking with him about how to protect that leg and the thought process of trying to do maybe a little bit less,
right?
And just make sure you do it really, really well, because wave selection is going to be a huge part of this. And Tony is he's one of those surfers that stays super busy, and that is something you want to avoid doing when you've got a leg injury like that. So selective, ride the few that you get really, really well, and figure out what you can do with that leg. So it'll be interesting to watch Tony when he comes back out. He won the event in Puerto Rico 2 weeks ago, so he was coming in here feeling really strong and really confident. So it's unfortunate that he suffered an injury. But when you start to get older, like Tony, had to go there. When you start,
you're the one to speak.
Yeah, I was talking to him because I had a hamstring injury 2 years ago. So, and I looked at him and I go, "Took me 6 months. I'm an old man. You 6 days. You're fine.
He'll be great.
You're fine."
So,
as you can see, the 2 competitors sitting side by side, Rachel Tilley with priority. She is in first place with a 5.50, a 4.23, but the strongest wave so far was Alice Lemoyne with her 6.0, as we see them starting to move. And that's the thing, is there's a current here, there's the wind here, and that's going to pull the surfers a little bit south. And so far the best scores this morning have come from that northerly right-hand peak.
So just about halfway through this heat, Alice having a look here, under priority, putting a second score on the board. Smart decision. Nice setup, straight to the nose. Gets that full 5 hook over. Beautiful opening carve. And looking for that next nose ride, just kind of reading this wave, letting it see, what it will open up for. Love that variety of maneuvers with that cross step turn, and one last nose ride on the inside.
I like that little nose ride on the end there too, because that was a nice speedy forward trim nose ride, and really interesting. She pulled that one underneath priority. There looked like there were 2 waves. Rachel was definitely going to go for the bigger one outside. I'm not sure what happened because Rachel didn't go. So really a nice move by Alice to spin early and go for the first wave of the set there. That will definitely, she has a 1.0 she wants to get rid of. We'll look at it again. Sets that turn, sets that rail really high, gets a nice long composed 5, Really smooth, powerful turn. Nice S-turn all the way through. Goes back. We'll get the switch foot turn there. A little bit of stylistic flair. And then this, I like this last little nose ride. See how she's there? She's able to hold it, trimming through that little section. I mean, it's a, to me, whatever, it's a 0.5, but I liked it. It was clean, it was smooth, and then she kicked out from there. So I'm expecting that to go, it won't be higher than her 6, but I think it'll be a nice score.
I think it's definitely going to put some pressure back onto Rachel as we see Antoine Del Perro. He's got one of the highest scores of the men's division so far as we see score in for Alice Lemoyne, a 5.4 to put the pressure on Tilly. Rachel now requiring a 5.91 to take the lead.
There it is, back and forth, the back and forth. You know, Rachel, it started out with 3 in a row, strong wave, stronger, strongest, and now Alice has come back with 2 very powerful waves to put this thing neck and neck. Rachel needs a 5.91. Yeah, pretty exciting. 12 minutes and 40 seconds left. Our first quarterfinal, WSL Women's World Longboard Championships here, Jinsun Harbor in Taiwan. Shannon, this is going to be a great, I was going to say afternoon, it's a great mid-morning of surfing that we've got here. The sky's lightening up a little bit. We're getting a little bit more of not sunshine, but brightness through the cloud cover. It's just fantastic. You can see those white caps way on the outside, but not affecting us in here at the contest zone. There's just so much surf up and down the coast along here. This was supposed to be the smallest day, and it's still fantastic.
Oh, it's still so good compared to what most events end up with around the world. So many of those QS events where the guys are surfing really, you know, knee-high 1-foot waves. So this is just probably one of the better days that a lot of events around the world end up with. We're really blessed here in Taiwan. It is a bit of a swell magnet just sitting out in the Pacific on the East Coast here, and yeah, we have not been disappointed yet.
When was the last time you got in the water over the last couple of days?
I actually haven't been in the water since I've been in Taiwan. I've been sick, arrived, had a pretty bad cold, and just have been trying to kind of keep that at bay.
Patient zero, then. It's all your fault.
I've been patient zero. It's always me. Feeling a lot better today, though, so I'm definitely going to get in the water as soon as we call it off, no matter what happens, whether it's windy or not, just to get wet and get in that nice warm water.
Gentlemen, we've just lost our monitor. So 11 minutes, 9 seconds, and there we go. We have the recap of Alice Lemoyne. Seeing her waves. Look at that extension on that nose ride. Nice. This is that big sweeping S-turn. Really pretty. One rail to the next. I love the way that flowed through the switch foot turn. Coming back to the inside here, and she'll get that little quick trim nose ride. So that's a quick recap there. We're still with priority with Rachel Tilley. Quarterfinal heat number 1 being followed by Honolulu Blomfield and Crystal Walsh, Hawaiian versus Hawaiian. Followed that one by the 2 Californians, Soleil Erico and Caitlin Mickelson. And in the Battle of the San Clemente-ites, after that will be Lindsay Steinreide and Tori, who now lives in Australia at Gilkerson.
So 10 minutes on the clock. And Wingnut, you've been spending some time in the water since you've been here?
Yeah, I've been sneaking down during our breaks in the middle of the day to the little wave off the harbor entrance.
Is that why we've had breaks every day? Just so you can get a little surf?
It was so Binzi could get a surf. He was the one that was the adamant about the midday wind being so gnarly that we should put the event on hold. No, that's what we've been doing. The head judge and our longboard commissioner in conferring with the athletes, when that wind starts to come up, they put this event on hold. And we've been fortunate to be able to start most afternoons again. But during that hold period, since it's too far to go back to town, it makes the most sense to jump in the water.
Oh, of course.
But me being the ultimately considerate human being that I am, I don't go out into where the athletes are warming up and training. I go down to the much more demanding, challenging wave at the harbor mouth.
Extremely challenging wave. Is it even breaking today?
Hey, shh. Overhead and barreling.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Always.
On a squirrel.
On the squirrels. No, it's pretty amazing what this coastline has available. I mean, there are beach breaks. I'm just looking out our window here. There's so many waves up and down the coast. So if you're looking for a new destination, a surf trip, a good cultural experience, Taiwan is definitely the place to go. As we see Honolulu Bloomfield, she is familiar with winning here. She has won the shortboard QSs here. She has won the Longboard World Championships as of last year. She is this year's reigning World Longboard Champion.
You can see the way she's holding the golden rush, since she's got the yellow Cheap Leaders jersey. She's like, it's wet, it's cold. Like, you're the only one that wears it, woman. Dry it up, hang it up yourself.
Put it in the sunshine. No, it's been really great to watch her continue to shine this week. And she's just such a lovely personality to have around. Nice and humble, quiet, doesn't really enjoy those interviews, and I love just being able to kind of get her to open up a little bit. She's got so much to offer, just to share with the world about her competitive experience, and just just to share with other girls who are aspiring to be a professional longboarder one day. There's so many young girls in Hawaii that are up and coming. The footage that comes out of there, the photos of these girls surfing these days,
it's
just
fun watching
ridiculous.
her and Kira. They've got such a great relationship from since they were Menahunis. As we see Crystal Walsh getting ready for her next heat.
Speaking of the Hawaiians,
yeah, the Battle of the Hawaiians coming up next.
Honolulu versus Crystal. So Honolulu with her first world title last year. Crystal has been runner-up at least once, if not twice, for the world championship title. So she is also hungry as ever, requalifying herself once again for this event next year. I'm sure she'll be a strong competitor coming up at Noosa, and hopefully a couple of other events that we have on this tour for the next season in 2019. But look at this wing nut.
Wow, that is a beautiful looking set wave with priority. Rachel is setting this up. Gets a nice turn there. Just a little too quick to the nose for it to stick. She's able to get one there. Nice 5 to 10. Back to 5, which means it was a controlled setup for that 10. Puts it on rail for that S-turn cutback. Comes out of it. You can see how she's in that deep shoulder area there now. Nothing will come out in front of her there. So well done. Maybe did she rush that first nose ride a little bit too much?
Just a little, huh?
Well, yeah, we can armchair surf that one all day long. Oh, I would have faded it, but let's see. See how she's running, and so she gets up there, and it just drops away underneath her, but it does allow her to accelerate into this critical section, the 5-10-5 she got there, and then she'll put the board on rail for this nice cutback. And if you had set up for that first one and focused on it too much, that second section might have closed out on you. So it's I'm going to leave it to the world champion that's in the water, and her decision on how to ride that was fine.
Absolutely beautiful. And her brother Michael is here on the beach supporting. It's been great to have him along. They're staying at the same little hostel up the road as my husband and I, so we've been having dinner together every night, and just really great. There he is. You can see that nervous. He's the one with his fingers on his lips, just checking around. What is going on, Rachel?
What's the score?
Yeah,
What'd she get?
He's an excellent surfer himself, and he's been watching his big sister for many, many years in competition zone, so he's been really helpful to her. I've watched the two of them walking down the beach to get away from the crowds and just discussing the lineup and where she should sit. And it's really, Rachel's one of those competitors that really likes to have that home feeling on the road with her. Often traveling with mom, dad, or her brother Michael. They're both living in Australia now. Michael's on a working holiday visa for this year, which is pretty great for them to both just be able to explore it and surf around the Gold Coast.
Well, what's going on at home? Empty nest. I mean,
yeah, they must.
I liked her parents. I thought they were nice people. I don't understand.
Well, I will say that they travel to Australia quite a bit. I think there's been at least, since Rachel's been the last 6 months, I think mom and dad have been over once or twice already. So very tight family unit from the Tillies. And they've got a lot of support from back home who will be cheering her on. She is back in the lead, Rachel Tilley, with a 7.17 on the board.
Now, so the size of that wave really a key factor in it. The side, the speed, how critical that nose ride on that second bowl was. That's where you got that great score. A good carving rail turn. So Rachel Tilley jumping into the lead. Now Elise Lemoyne needs a 6.68 if she's going to move ahead, and we're under 5 minutes. So now it's getting it's nerves time. Will another set of that size come through? We've seen it slow down a little bit with the swell dropping, but we get that incoming tide push, which has us thinking we've got plenty of surf here to make this work. Alice has priority, so she gets to pick, and maybe it'll just be one last good set wave that she wants to be very selective and get and make the most of. And that's there's where pressure makes diamonds, right? You really have to feel confident with waiting and holding that priority and then making the most of that wave.
Absolutely.
Boy, I don't miss this at all. I do not miss being in that situation. I almost preferred never knowing what the scores were.
Okay.
Because then you're trying it all out all the time.
It doesn't matter, right? When you get out of the water.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to know that I need to get a 6.68 versus a 6.67. And underneath priority, Rachel Tilley is going to put another one on the board. Nice 10. It held.
Oh. Just goes down behind that section, but Alice out the back. This is the interesting one, requiring a
I like this wide
score.
shot. I like this wide shot so you can see how that wave is setting up. She's a little behind that peak. Interesting. I'd like to see what the rest of the wave was doing. Yeah, she didn't think it was going to hold up enough for her, so she wanted to stay outside with priority. As we look at Rachel's, she goes to the tip, and it's just going to drop out from underneath her, and she just gets a little bit on the outside edge and goes for the full body slam.
So Rachel hoping to replace the 5.5 if she can get another wave in the next few minutes, but Alice Lemoyne, the pressure is on for a 6.68 to take the lead and advance into the semifinals. Rachel was a semifinalist last year, just in the dying seconds going down to Honolulu Bloomfield. Rachel actually caught a wave. Like, as the buzzer sounded, she stood up half a second after, and she got the score, but it was too late.
It was after the buzzer.
So it was just after the buzzer, but that was her semifinal finish last year. She'll be hoping for at least another one now, but Alice is in priority, so if anything comes through, she is certainly going to be on it. Excellent competitor from Union Island, spends some time in France in Hostagor, which is why Antoine Del Perro and Edouard Del Perro would be coaching her now, shouting for her. Reunion Island, the France guys, they really work together. A lot of them spend time between the two places.
Well, if they want to surf, they spend a lot more time in France
than in Reunion. If they want to surf, they spend a lot more time there.
It's interesting here, like with the priority, like you can see Alice checking in on the beach. She's listening to her coach as her friend's coaching her. Like, do you try to, if I was Rachel, do you try to push her out a little farther, a little deep, try to pull her down a little this way, you know?
Yeah, do you try and force her into a way that's not going to give her the score?
Yeah, you pretend that you want one, see if she's going to drop her priority. But I think Alice is too smart a competitor to fall for any of that.
Yeah.
Now she's just looking at this set. And we're at 1 minute and 30 seconds. It is going to be really close.
He's got the chair. He's making sure
That's his indicator. Go this way, go that way. Which way is the chair pointing? The stool. There it is. There is the wave that Alice wants. You can see that coming outside. That will hopefully offer the scoring potential for her.
Oh, the pressure's on.
All right, Alice has committed. She is paddling for this one. Is she too deep or is she just perfect? Nice critical quick nose right there, and off. Got herself a little too deep for that wave. I mean, that wave looks like that peak is shifting south, and then it just kind of swings back onto that rock reef structure out there. And I think that'll do it for Alice Lemoyne, unless some magic little wave sneaks underneath Rachel Tilley. Rachel has done it again. Smart competitor, put the pressure on early, 3 quick good scores early, and blanking Alice for the first 10 minutes of the heat, and then she came back, opened with a 6, a fantastic opening wave, backed it with a 5.40, and then Rachel dropped to that 7.17. Just fantastic competitive surfing here. That was a great heat. The next one coming up right after this, we are going to have Honolulu Blomfield and Crystal Walsh, the two Hawaiians, going at it. That'll be happening coming up right after this.
写什么？你看什么？你们赶快啊！混啊！你写3天，我改8、7次，是不是不想看啊？
有一种爽，交给老板一巴掌。爽皮 So Beer。
And welcome back. Heat number 2 of the quarterfinals of the WSL World Longboard Championships. It's the women who are in the water dominating. And there she is with a strong first wave. Crystal Walsh with a beautiful cut back there. Nice long set wave. She is up against last year's world champion, Honolulu Blomfield. And Hano opened with her first wave at 5.17. This is her second wave. And she's just going to do a standing island pull out through the top of that one. But a quick start to this heat. 30-minute heats, and let's take a look at Hano's first wave. Nice footwork there to the nose, a 5, a 10. Nice clean footwork back. Nice powerful cut back right there. Nice composure. She's happy. Going to feel good starting out early with a nice wave. Almost tips off that rail there. And boom, staying with that one. So a 5.17, a quick 1-0 for that. And here's Crystal's wave from the outside. Good, quick footwork out there. I love how she's positioned like right in the mid-face of that wave. So that was a speedy trimming 5 through that whole critical section of the wave. Cuts back to check and see if the inside's going to give her something. It doesn't, but I really liked where she hung that nose ride.
So great start to the morning, 26 minutes on the clock, and we are going to go down to the beach to catch up with Rachel Tilley.
Wow, Rachel, just put yourself in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I was just saying that started this morning without even being through round 3, and now I'm in the semis, so it feels really good.
And have you lost that family heirloom pearl earring from Marilyn Monroe there? It looks like there's one missing.
I lost my earring when I was walking in. That was really sad. But it's okay. It actually wasn't. It was like $5, so it's okay.
Oh, so it wasn't a family heirloom from Marilyn Monroe. So you're here with your brother, Michael. Is he your good luck charm at the moment?
Yeah, it's appearing so. Usually, so my dad's my coach, so normally I'm, well, and I still am, like talking to him all the time, but this trip we kind of made it like, you know what, Michael is he's great at reading the waves, knows the fundamentals. It's like, let's kind of do this together and try and see how far we can get through this contest doing it together. So I'm really happy to have him.
So you got your revenge on Alice Lemoyne. She beat you in the opening heat of the event. You know, did that psychology come into that heat, or were you just surfing to the waves?
At this point, I was just surfing to the waves. Alice and I she's one of my best friends on tour, and unfortunately, we always get paired up in heats all the time. And so that really just gave me the understanding that she's a good competitor, and I had to be on my game. And it was kind of had to deal with that she did beat me in the first heat. But at this point, I was like, you know what, I'm in the quarters. Let's just go and enjoy this heat. I love surfing with a jersey on, so instead of letting the nerves take away from that experience, let me just go and enjoy it, and it worked out.
4 Californians in the bottom half of the draw, so there'll definitely be a Californian in the final from that side. Are you looking for a place in the final yourself?
Definitely. I hope that it's an all-California final. That would be really cool.
So lastly, some messages for your fans back home in the States.
Thank you guys for watching. Sorry for making these heats a bit nerve-wracking for you guys, but yeah, thanks for watching.
Pleasure to watch the longboarding here in Taiwan. Back to you, Shannon and Wingnut.
Thank you, Sam. Congratulations, Rachel, as we pick up Crystal Walsh on a nice wave on the outside. We saw Hano on a great one during that interview with a couple of really strong nose rides on a really good set wave. So we're still waiting on those scores. It's going to be a minute. But yeah, Rachel put out a great performance. It's nice to see her brother. So here's Hano's wave again from the outside. Slow to make that turn, which allows her to set up a nose ride there. And then nice speed 5 right there. Still checked her speed, puts herself a little lower in the face here, and she's able to get another nice nose ride, a 5 to a 10, back to 5, and just hung that one up there. Nice turn, one of the bigger waves, one of the longer waves, multiple nose ride sections. That should be a very strong score as we see Crystal set her turn, gets a nice high nose ride. That little bump right there just tried to knock her off, tried to drop the nose out, able to make it a nice cutback, but then she realizes there's no shoulder and she's out. So, and that quick out put her back out ahead of Hano, so she has priority.
So that's great for Crystal because wave selection is absolutely key out here today. We have a big score coming through for Honolulu Bloomfield. That wave just continued to unfold for her. She read it perfectly. Her body posture was absolutely beautiful. No waving, flapping arms, shaky, anything.
She's a minimalist, you know, for as tall and lanky as she is, she's able to keep everything fairly composed in there. She uses her arms for cutbacks, but she really likes to keep a clean body while she's nose riding. And the toes are always hooked over, and when she comes off of a 10, she just brings her foot back a few inches. She keeps it a real tight 5, which, you know, it's a composure element of a good nose ride.
Absolutely the most grace-filled surfing, and scores a 7.83 for last of Honolulu Bloomfield, so it puts major pressure on Crystal Walsh. Crystal has a score coming through, but it is not going to touch what Honolulu just dropped through.
So there it is. Look at the body posture there. Look how upright she is. Quick steps back, but doesn't rush it. Only goes back halfway to her board and then kind of drops into that speed 5. It's almost like a cheater 5 or a Paul Stroud 5 right there. Back to check turn here, puts her back in the pocket of the wave with the energy, and as she comes out of that turn, she moves forward to trim, then takes that next step 5 to a 10, and that tight little second foot 5 right there.
Wow, absolutely stunning surfing from the young Hawaiian, putting it all on the rail for that finishing maneuver. And now out in the lineup, we're still waiting for last of Crystal Walsh to drop through, but Crystal does have priority. Surfer in blue, surfer in yellow, the gold Jeep Leaders jersey, Honolulu Bloomfield 2017 World Longboard Champion, looking to get a back-to-back title here if she can.
She looks strong. She looks comfortable. You know, we were talking in the post-heat interview. She really likes to wait on that northern peak. She likes the way that one sets up, and you can always kind of fade yourself a little deeper if you need to be, but likes to stay over there. Crystal's score comes in at 4.77, so that's a really good, strong second wave, but definitely going to be a throwaway if she wants to take the lead away from Hano, and here she goes. Coming into that peak a little bit from behind, running to the nose, but it's going to have to drop off to go around this section. Really clean. We'll get a big cut back right here. Nice the way she brought that into the whitewater. Will that face? No, that's wave pushed too far out into the channel there, and maybe the tide's going to start affecting that, and I don't think that wave's going to come close to being what she needs.
I agree. So 20 minutes on the clock. Crystal's family and Hano's family's no doubt tuning in. Hano's father with her, as always, in Taiwan. He's one of the first in the water and the last out at the end of the day. I think he surfs more than she does. Crystal's family, husband and son, Damien, no doubt tuning in from Hawaii. As we see that quick run to the nose, gets around this section, stays super composed. I love this cutback, the way she bounces all the way into the foam. So controlled. She's so good on the tail, but she also has excellent tight footwork and beautiful nose rides.
And this is an important heat. You know, Crystal and Hano faced off last year in the quarterfinal. Same thing. Last year, Hano won and went on to win the entire event. So.
And last year, Honolulu and Rachel met in the semifinal, which would be, if Hano can take this, meets Rachel in the semi, it's going to be the same match off there as well.
Will history repeat itself? Will we see a change? Will Crystal Walsh be able to defeat Honolulu Bloomfield? Will Hano win and go on to defeat Rachel Tilley? Will Rachel Tilley beat Hano and make it into the final? That's what you're going to be watching for as we go forward. That's the top half of the bracket. It's pretty exciting. We've got 19 minutes left in quarterfinal heat number 2. Priority is with Hano, so Crystal can sneak around a little bit on the inside if she wants. We've seen some really good scores from the slightly smaller waves that kind of sneak under the priority holders. So, and now I love this wide shot. So now you can see this set building on the horizon, and you're going to watch Hano move over to the north a little bit more, trying to read how the face of that wave is going to set up. She's turning, and now she's committed. Now she just is using her priority. Let's see how this wave, and Crystal will probably jump on the one behind it as Hano goes for a 5. Nice tall. She has a very upright body position, does a little roller coaster off that section to project around it. She'll get into the open face here. But this is where that wave pushes out into the channel and hasn't offered a lot in there for scoring. Hano's going to milk it a little bit, but no, again. And maybe it's that first wave of the set that has a little bit too much water in it, and then the second wave of the set sometimes can be crisper, but obviously it wasn't. So maybe diminishing swell, tide coming in, that second wave wasn't worth going. So we'll listen again.
So sets that line up straight to the nose, perfectly perched through that top section, and then this is where she just bangs it off the foam. Perfect placement of that, though. Gets that little check off the bottom, that little speed check. Love that little rail grab to make it around this. But like we said, this wave just doesn't unfold for her on the inside. Sometimes there is that nice running wall. They can get that second sick little hang five inside section. Gets a little check. Nothing too much with 17 minutes on the clock. There is a score to drop through now for Hano, as Crystal Walsh sitting out the back, currently requiring a 7.78 to take the lead and advance into the semifinals.
And Hano's looking to replace her low score of a 5.17. So we'll see whether that wave had enough. It had good size. It was a set wave, but with that big section closing down in front of her, you know, she did a nice bang off the whitewater there, but was that enough? That's Tori Gilkerson. We'll be seeing her coming up shortly. She'll be in the last heat of the quarterfinals against Lindsay Steinreide. And that is the man that makes her peanut butter sandwiches on the days that she's in competition and he's not. That's Jared Neal.
So great to see the two of them traveling together. So full Californian mix in the bottom half of the draw. First up in heat number 3 will be Soleil Erico up against Caitlin Wilkinson. So Soleil from Malibu, California. Caitlin from Encinitas, California. And then below that, the two San Clemente surfers, Lindsay Steinreide and Tori Gilkerson.
So that score coming in for Hano did not go into her score line. It was a 4.77. So although it had size and she got a good nose right at the open, the rest of that wave shutting down eliminated a higher scoring potential. So 16 minutes left in the heat. She still has the lead. The 2017 WSL Women's Longboard Champion Honolua Blomfield looking to continue her march to a second world title here in Taiwan.
And as we see that recap just stuck straight on the nose, like you said, just midway in that wave, that midway positioning, absolutely perfect. Nice rail game coming back to the foam, and then Honolua. Her 7.8 straight to that hang 5, hang 10 combination, back to that little stretch 5. You can see those toes fully curled over the nose as she just gains a bit of speed, now checks herself and repositions on that wave to set up for this final nose ride section. Love the patience that she has here. Goes in for that perfect hang 10, arms back, looking controlled, looking composed, flying through that section. Nice, good footwork. And back into the tail game. Throws so much power into that closing maneuver. The current world champion sitting with the two high scores of the event so far, an 8.83 and an 8.27, going to Honolua Bloomfield, which was in round 1. Rachel Tilley up with her high scores, nearly matching Honolua's. And we are just waiting now halfway through this heat to see if Crystal Walsh can get herself back in the mix and meet up to Honolua with a near excellent score.
She has her priority, and there is a couple waves on the horizon here. She's looking at that first one. Hano is sitting considerably inside of Crystal, allowing her to take advantage of the waves that roll underneath. She doesn't have priority, and she has two really good scores, so she might choose just to stay busy underneath Crystal and not going on that one. So many fun waves. The wind has still stayed reasonable for us here this morning. We have another hour and 12 minutes of surfing to go competitively. If the wind holds for us, that'll be fantastic. It would be amazing if we get through these quarterfinals, and then we can be super selective on when we hold the semis and the finals for the women here in Taiwan.
And on the men's side of the draw, we are up to round 3, so potentially an early start for those guys tomorrow. There is still 12 heats in round 3, so a lot of surfing to get through for the men, but we're in a really good place overall for what we've accomplished this week. We still have 3 full days of competition available to us after this. It is Thursday, local time in Taiwan, just before 10 a.m., and Crystal Walsh is now up and riding.
And again, I really like the way she sets up that turn to set up the nose ride. The bottom dropped out underneath Crystal there, so she got a little bit too quick out to the nose. That inside rail slipped away. You'll see it. I love this turn. Let's freeze it here for a second and just look at it.
Just pay close attention to that. We'll zoom straight in on the footwork. So 13 minutes on the clock. Something is happening in the water. We can see these girls both paddling towards the north end, that upper right peak where Honolulu has been very consistent to sit and wait out for the bigger set. She even said to me she almost feels like she sits too far out on the shoulder, but it's worked so well for her so far.
Stick with that program. I had the same conversation. Yeah. It's like you're worried you're doing something wrong and you're getting the highest scores of anyone else, so you're doing something very, very right.
Exactly.
Just stop second guessing it, stick on your mark, stay over there, and keep having fun.
And it's that mindset of knowing the judges are rewarding what you're doing, so continue doing that. Don't force the changes. If they're rewarding you for something, do what they're rewarding you for.
Recognize what you're doing right.
Recognize what you are doing right. And Honolulu is just absolutely on fire with
and I think that's a great message for all competitors in all contest situations. When you start to see what is being rewarded, whether it's the position of that peak over there gets higher scores than this peak, the right scoring better than the left, a drop knee cutback is not scoring as well as a powerful carve where the board's all on rail.
Right.
You need to look at these things and where they're being applied and try to interpret what the judges are rewarding, and then you have to adjust.
Yeah, and these surfers, they're the top in the world. These men and women in this event are the best professional longboarders on the planet. They have the ability to surf to what the judges are asking for.
And she's laughing because I was pointing at myself. What about me?
Okay, so wingnut is the best of all time. The best.
I'm the best.
The best longboarder.
I'm the best male longboarder in the broadcast booth right now.
Hey, you're right, and I'm the best female longboarder in the booth right now.
See,
yep.
We are the best of the best in the booth.
We could have our own world championship right now.
We don't even need to hold it. We've just crowned ourselves.
We've just crowned it. No,
I would
still be quite keen. In these kind of conditions, though, I would be so keen for a commentator seat. This is like my absolute prime.
Yeah, no, it looks super fun out there. But realize, when you sit on the beach and you watch heats like this and you start to, I would do this, I would do that. And then you jump in the water and you're like,
it's so different.
Where did everything go? Where did those waves, how did that happen?
There's a reason why I have this job and I am not one of those girls.
I am happily retired from the competitive surfing. I do a couple of charity events every year. There's a fantastic event in San Diego at the UCSD John Moore's Cancer Institute. They do this longboard and legend luau event down there, and corporate team event. So you get to surf with 5 people that work for one of the donating teams.
Okay.
And it's really, really fun. And you're out there in the water with your team, helping them pick waves and do all that. So it's a great event. I believe they've raised almost $10 million for charity in the 27 years we've been running the event. So it's been, that's my kind of contest right there. There's a great luau, let's just put it that way. Hano with priority, streaking in. I love the way she comes at these from behind the peak.
Very much behind the peak on that one.
But, she's looking at a wave. Can she get through that section? And I like the way she wants to power through it on the nose, but unable to do it that time. Too much of the wave breaking in front of her, and so she just, standing island pulls out. But because Crystal was farther down the line, she had to go because that might have been a better takeoff position from where Crystal was, and you had to hold her off. Right, so if Crystal would have been on the other side of that little section, so that was a must take wave for Hano, using her priority to stop Crystal.
Exactly, great competitive surfing as we see Crystal Walsh with that very strong paddle, now just milking her way into this, setting herself up for that nose ride section, and there we go. Quick couple footsteps, just off.
And you know who's watching that wave the closest? Hano. You look outside on that wave, and she was glued onto Crystal to see what was going on. So although Hano used her priority to take that wave and stop Crystal from getting a potentially very good score, watch as Crystal, she's waiting and waiting and sets this up. But look at Hano outside, watching that little cutback. Crystal's trying to set up this wave, waiting for the energy to get steep. It just won't do it. but Hano glued on her the whole time. All right, we're at 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Priority with Honolulu Blomfield, and this looks right now like it's kind of shaping up as last year's quarterfinal did.
Looking very, very similar. A couple of other girls who were knocked out early on, Emily Lethbridge and Kira Seal. Well, Kira made it all the way into round 3. She just went down to...
Crystal paddling again right here. Kira Seal, a very close friend of Hano's. They were Groms competing together. A nice nose ride there, Crystal. Very clean, nice steep part of the wave. Gets a nice cut back in there. She's looking to get rid of her lower score of 4.77, but she's really going to need a strong number, 7.78, if she wants to take the lead and take the win here in the quarterfinal.
Honolulu just sitting up a little taller there, trying to see what is happening out at backline, but Crystal Walsh, nice cruisy start, waiting for that wave to open up, gets to that nice tight hang 5, very, very long hang 5 right in the pocket. Back to the foam, just lets that wave do the work for her as she comes through to the inside. Looking for one last nose ride, sticks it right in there on the 5 and hits eject.
So interesting, 7 minutes left here in the heat. Will that score get high, help her get high enough in her score line to close the gap on Hano? As we see Caitlin Mickelson getting ready for quarterfinal heat number 3, she'll be going up against Soleil Erico.
Very, very exciting clash of competitors coming up in that next heat.
Looks like a nice set outside for Hano. Nice group of waves. When we get that wide shot, you can see how this is set up. Very Trestles-like here at Jinsun Harbor. A little punchier right, longer left sometimes. But so far, all the money has been made in this event today on that right.
So 6 minutes to go, and thinking of waves in California, of where the rest of our competitors are coming from, between Soleil coming out of Malibu, one of the best right-hand point breaks of all time, Caitlin coming from Encinitas, having Cardiff, which is a little kind of A-frame reef, and Swami's available to her, another right-hand point break.
And she really likes Oceanside Harbor.
And she loves Oceanside Harbor. And then we've got Lindsay and Tori coming from San Clemente, so Sano locals, Trestles locals, surfing waves that are similar to this, that Trestles-like feel today. So amazing, the quality of waves that are running in Southern California between LA and San Diego. It makes perfect sense that we would have such a high field of California girls left in the mix.
And there we saw Crystal giving a wave a look under priority. She did a little swinging left, go right, trying to see if that wave was going to set up for her. It didn't, so she just used that momentum. I mean, I really like Crystal's style. I love the way she sets up a wave. She tends to get nose rides, to me, more mid-face, which is actually almost a more critical place to be doing a nose ride. You're really accelerating there in that part of the wave. I love the way she sets all of those up. As we see Caitlin Mickelson going out with her Donald Takayama in a 2+1 setup. Tori Gilkerson in the earlier heat riding her in the pink nose rider as a single fin. So we're starting to see the single fins showing up in the competition. That's the 5-minute hooter going on here. So yeah, that other wave for Hano did not go into her scoreline, the 4.77. And I'm sorry, the wave I was going to talk about was Crystal's, a 4.43. Right. So not helping her. So 4 minutes, 40 seconds. Crystal giving a wave another look. See how smooth and clean the inside waves are? You're not feeling any of that wind chop.
Exactly. Honolulu being extremely patient, holding priority. Crystal chasing a 7.78, and it's going to take wave selection to give her a score of that magnitude, and Honolulu knows it. She's got priority. She is going to wait. If a good wave comes, a good solid set wave, she's going to make sure Crystal does not have a piece of it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come into a little bit of contest strategy. You want to be careful. This looks like a pretty good set coming on the outside. Crystal's inside. She's going to see if Hano goes for any of them. And Hano has to decide, does she just want to, blow up and go on a great wave and not worry about Crystal, or use her priority to keep Crystal off of waves? As we see Soleil Erico heading out into the water with her steward, both her and Hano riding stewards in the quarterfinals as we see Crystal making a move on an inside wave, sets that turn, gets to the nose. There's a nice clean 5, really quick 10. Got off of that really quickly. There's another great 5 and stuffs that 10. Now I think the pressure is starting to build on Crystal.
Absolutely. Notice that footwork. These girls in this, like the women's field has the most incredible footwork of all time. To me, it highly surpasses what the men's footwork is. There's no shuffling. It is super tight steps, and anybody can see it. Just watch this. How tight, how close are those steps as she gets straight to that nose, goes for that quick hang 10, not a long hang 10, but just enough to kind of show that she's capable of getting there. Goes right back to it, like just that halfway check back. That wave doesn't unfold for her the way she would have hoped on the inside, but she's keeping really active, under priority, getting as many waves as she can. If she happens to get into something that gives her big scoring potential, she is not going to miss out.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well ridden. And I love that observation about the footwork in this part of the field. It was a little more challenging in men's round 1 and 2 with the size of the surf, the wind that was going on. I'm expecting if the men get into surf of the same size that we'll see a lot more footwork focused surfing. And, you know, obviously if the footwork isn't good, Sam's not going to be shy about calling him on it.
Sam's shuffle siren goes off so often.
But
I like it. I like that he calls it, you know?
Well, you call what you believe in and what longboarding should be showcasing. And look at the beautiful wave that Hano has found here. Sets herself up well, quick nose right, a little bit on the descension, right? A little bit, you know, into a dropping. I think Crystal, I like the way she sets up her nose right a little bit better sometimes than Hano does, although Hano has been more successful with her nose rights. But that wave was kind of falling down, and I think if she had set it up a little deeper, might have gotten a longer nose right out. From the armchair to your ears.
From the armchair. But great decision for Hano to go on it, because that's the type of wave that Crystal could have easily had the score on. That excellent, just about an 8-point ride requiring a 7.78.
So you see how she's taking off running, which you kind of need to do. I see it there because that section was going in front of you. So I don't think if you had set that with a fade looking at the replay that you would have made it through that section. So you know, I'll take back my second guessing with a second look. But yeah, good size wave, but unfortunately didn't have quite a steep enough face for a second nose riding opportunity. Ridden really well all the way to the inside by Hano. So we're under a minute left. Crystal Walsh needing a 7.78. So it looks like we have a repeat of last year's quarterfinal where Honolulu Blomfield will defeat Crystal Walsh and move on into the semifinals. Here at Jinsun Harbor, the Taiwan Open of Surfing, the WSL Women's Longboard World Championships, we run our quarterfinals.
Crystal having a look here, doesn't get into it. It may be too late, but there is still 20 seconds on the clock, although Honolulu in top form, looking to potentially defend her world title, drops a 6.83 as her last wave, which ups a massive requirement for Crystal Walsh, requiring now a 9.43 to take the advancing position into the semifinals, and that will be it. Honolulu Bloomfield semifinalist number 2 will be up against Rachel Tilley, but before that we will have Soleil Erico and Caitlin Milkinson, both from Southern California, facing off in the next quarterfinal. And
congratulations, Hano. All right, guys, and if the heat...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is on. The heat is on. Welcome to quarterfinal number 3. Soleil Erico from Malibu and Caitlin Milkinson from America.
take two. We all know that you're stoked for the World Surf League Longboard Championship in Taiwan.
I wish I could be there to join riding those tasty, amazing waves.
I've heard the best things about Taiwan. Beautiful island, the most amazing coastline.
Don't forget about the green water and the blue skies.
You are part of something deeper. Welcome home.
This is badass!
We hope that our new movie, Aquaman, will inspire you.
Now get out there and become the next champion of the sea.
And be sure to catch Aquaman on the big screen this December.
The war is coming to the surface.
Arthur!
I'm not king.
Atlantis has always had a king. Now it needs something more. A hero.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It's Californian quarterfinals time. Soleil Erico and Caitlin Mickelson in the water for quarterfinal number 3. We've got Lindsay Steinride and Tori Gilson coming our way in the final QF of this round. So it looks like Soleil and Caitlin have already had a couple of rides ridden there. We just saw the end of Soleil's ride. She got her toes on the nose, looked very strong there. Caitlin 2 scores to drop, so we see the first replay of Mickelson's opening ride. 2 steps there, readjusts back to the tail. A little foamy wave there, but gets a nice stretch 5. Pedals back up for the second nose ride there. Really nice section there that cleaned up as she went through to the inside, and a nice statement re-entry there, banging it hard off the tail, and then a smooth kick out over the foam ball to the replay of Soleil's opening ride. It's a much bigger wave, 4 steps to the nose, really good opening hang 5, a little bit wide on the shoulder here, but using that drop knee cut back to set herself up into the deeper section, and a really good technical bit of surfing to get very high and allow a double hang 10. That second hang 10 is going to really impress the judges, and another sweeping roundhouse cutback. So Soleil Erico, the Californian, getting off to a really strong start here. Caitlin Mickelson drops a 5.0 for her opening ride, but you can imagine that Soleil's ride could possibly go into the excellent range, Chris. Yeah, well, you've jinxed that one before this morning, but I definitely think Soleil did it very nicely on that wave. She's not wearing a full suit. She's wearing sort of a lycra bodysuit that she says is to protect her from the jellyfish, and there you go, an 8.83. So she's protecting herself nicely from second place at the moment as well, straight up into the excellent range with her opening wave, the best wave of the day, and that has given her a very solid lead in the opening 4.5 minutes of this heat. Caitlin Mickelson hot on her heels with a 5, but yeah, that hang 10 really getting the job done to start things off for Soleil Erico.
Brilliant surfing from Soleil Erico, but our reigning world longboard champion has just booked her place spot in the semi-final with Rachel Tilley. Honolulu Bloomfield is down at the water's edge.
Thank you, Sam. Congratulations, Hano. That was an exciting win.
Yeah, thank God. I mean, the waves are pretty small out there, but I think there's still a couple, so the conditions are actually pretty good for us.
It looked really good. Some really nice nose rides. You stuck to your game with wanting to sit out on the more northern port. You stuck to your game with wanting to sit out on the more northern port.
Yeah, it wasn't coming so much for the first part, and then I don't know, I saw a couple come in after, but I kind of just sat and waited with priority in case the set did come, and I guess it did pay off, so.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed heat and a smartly surfed heat.
Yeah, I mean, I've been practicing, so I guess.
And it's interesting, this was the same result as last year. In the quarterfinals, you and Crystal head-to-head.
Yeah, and now I think it was the same semi, too.
Well, it depends on if Rachel gets there. Oh, she did? Oh, right. I'm CRS, can't remember stuff. So good luck on that one again.
Thank you so much.
Sticking with your plan. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how the conditions change. I don't know that we're going to go into the semis today.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It might be a good call, but you never know.
Fortunately, we'll get to wait. We'll talk with Will, the commissioner, the judge, and with you 4 that are moving on into the semis. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Cheers, thanks a lot, Wingnut. And he needs to get back down to ground level because he's not thinking straight. He's standing on that high step to get up and talk to the much taller Honolulu Bloomfield winner of the last heat, and about to face off with Rachel Tilley in a semi that is a replay of last year's here at here in Taiwan.
Getting down to the business end of the event, so people fighting for that 2018 world title. But Soleil Erica, what a phenomenal opening ride, 8.83. The way she set herself up for that second nose ride section with that really big committed hang 10, the read of the wave, and all of those hours free surfing here paying off. She's regularly out there early having those free surfs. She's getting some coaching from our 3 times world longboard champion Californian Taylor Jensen, and all of that inspiration rubbing off on Soleil here, looking so composed and controlled, choosing the best waves, performing under pressure. 22 minutes 45 seconds remaining. Caitlin Mickelson, she has a 5.0. She just needs a 3.84 to move into first position. But Soleil also just with one wave ridden, but that one wave, wow, nearly a full 9. Impressive surfing.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and really sending a statement in the opening sort of first third of this heat that she's not afraid whatsoever. Caitlin obviously with much more experience, but Soleil nothing to lose, and starting off very, very strong with that 8.83.
So with priority, Soleil there on the left of your screen in the red vest there. Looks like there's a set welling up. She's got the pick of this wave. Will she go for the first or the second? It looks like she's having a little sniff at the first there, decides to leave that. Caitlin's going to go for that one. She knows there's 2 waves in this set. Can she catch it? She's got a nice high line here. Goes for those nose rides, but has to kick out. But it's Soleil on the one behind. It's going to have a little bit of foam in the face, but a nice sweeping takeoff. Decides not to commit to that wave and quickly scrambles out back, hoping to regain priority. She's actually getting this 3rd wave of the set. It's going to be a really steep one here. Nice high trim line, beautiful 4 steps to the nose there, accelerating through the foamy section. Big rebound, goes for the layback. Can she hang on to that? She doesn't, but she already had that excellent 8.83, so she can just slow it down, get herself back onto the peak, and look to replace the 0.43 that she just got delivered from the judges.
So some interesting priority play there. Originally, Caitlin Mickelson did have priority. Soleil sat with second. Then we saw while we were talking to Honolulu that Caitlin paddled for a wave, missed it. Straight away they flipped the disc over to Soleil. And then we saw Caitlin take off on the smaller one on the inside.
So it's a foamy wave here that Soleil goes for, and she goes that big layback there. She doesn't hang on to that, but that opening 8.83, she got really set this heat alight. Looking to book a place in the second semi-final. There's an all-Californian matchup in this heat, as there is in the next heat. Heat number 4 of the quarterfinals, as Lindsay Steinbridey will be surfing against Tori Gilkison, so we can be assured that one Californian will make it to the final. In the first semi-final already, we've got Rachel Tilley will be surfing against our reigning world champion Honolulu Bloomfield from Haleiwa on the north shore of Oahu. But on your screen right now is Caitlin Mickelson, the physical therapist from Southern California there, riding the Noah Comp model Donald Takayama 3-fin, looking to get a 6.17 to move into first position. Both of these surfers will be keen to drop their low scoring rides. As we see Caitlin there, she can't quite scramble into this one, and there's a little bit of jubilation there from the 2 surfers who will meet in the first semi-final. Might be a later stage in the event. I'm not quite sure if we'll continue. The commissioner, Will Hayden-Smith, will have a discussion with the 4 semi-finalists to determine if they would consider continuing. Also, discussion will be had with the head judge, and those 2, nice to see the camaraderie there. They're certainly kind of good friends already. They're looking forward to letting their surfing do the talking.
Yep, there's definitely interest from the surfers in still running, so there's no decision made as of yet, but we just heard Hono in her last heat expressing that she's quite a fan of the conditions at the moment.
Yeah, she was kind of sitting on the fence, wasn't she? Happy to surf, but maybe, you know, I suppose she just wants to see what the feeling is from the other surfers as these last 2 heats get concluded.
Yeah, and if you look out to sea, there is a strong wind line out there, but it's stayed out to sea so far all morning, so it hasn't really got in and affected conditions too drastically here in Jinzhong Harbour. And we could see Rachel and Honolulu on screen a second ago having a chat. You'd imagine they were sort of tossing up, what do you reckon? You keen? You into it? All right, here goes Caitlin Mickelson having a look at what will be her 3rd wave. She's only looking to get rid of a 1. She's pretty much done that already, but not by any significant amount. So priority will remain with Soleil Erica, who's massively our front runner at this stage with an 8.83 to her name.
So Soleil, she won her opening round heat heat number 4. Well, actually, no, yes, she did. She won that in style. So she really's had a strong bit of momentum in the event so far. And Caitlin Mickelson surfed in heat number 6 against Tori Gilkison and Emily Curry in the opening round. And Caitlin has really been looking phenomenal in the event. Very strong in the free surfs. And now we see a set poking up there. Is it going to be an opportunity for Soleil Erico to replace her 2.33? It's a nice big wave, 4 steps to the nose, really good, nice, long, solid hang 5. She's going to readjust that back foot right there for the roundhouse cutback using the drop knee rebounds off the foam. Another wall setting up here. You'll see the stall slowing down to try to get high in the wave to allow an opportunity to get back on the nose. Went for the 5, didn't quite make it, but really good, strong opening stuff. The really long hang 5 at the beginning, and then readjustment of the feet for that big opening cutback using a little bit of the drop knee to give that more power and control. She'll definitely replace the 2.33, but it won't be as good as that excellent 8.83, but it will really solidify the lead and put more and more pressure on Caitlin Mickelson.
Yeah, definitely will. She got off to a really strong start on that wave. It was a bigger wave. It was an open face wave, and it was almost like she had a little bit too much time to think about what was coming up down the line. And you could see her drawing out that stall, as you said, Sam. And then by the time it came time to trot up to the nose, she had sort of overthought things, and I think that's where she went down while perched on the nose. So that will be her backup, but you would imagine in 16.5 minutes time this one will be long gone. Talk us through the replay.
So really good footwork and a solid 5 there, and then watch how she readjusts the back foot over the deck pad and uses a little bit of the drop knee, rebounds off that section. Now at this stage in the ride she's looking to slow things down to stay in the pocket so she can set up for another nose ride, and there's the setup, but the wave getting a little bit fat, she nose dives, but it's going to replace her low 2.33 and it comes in at a 5.0. So far she's already got a 13.83, which means that Caitlin Mickelson needs an 8.84, which is just a very small smidgen ahead of that opening ride score of Soleil's. So Caitlin Mickelson, a savvy competitor, long-time threat for a world title here from Southern California, a physical therapist at the DSC Performance in San Clemente there. Her husband Niles will be tuning in, as we can see Will Hayden Smith, our tour manager and our longboard commissioner, talking to Rachel Tilley and Honolulu Bloomfield. Both of those women have been world longboard champions. Honolulu is our reigning world champion. Wow, what do you think they're talking about, Chris? Do you think they're feeling the vibes to continue or wanting to wait for another day?
Well, they could be comparing notes on the various restaurants around town. There's plenty of dining options here in around Jinzhong Harbour and back down in Taitung, where a lot of the competitors and event staff are staying.
But
you would imagine that they are evaluating the sort of conditions we have in front of us right now. 15 minutes off the clock, 15 still remaining in the third quarterfinals. Soleil Erico with an 8.83 and a 5. Comfortably out in front from Caitlin Mickelson, who also has a 5, so that tells you, if you do the maths, she needs a 0.01 more to move back into the lead, so an 8.84 required. An excellent score.
So Crystal Walsh there, she unfortunately just lost to Honolulu Bloomfield, so she won't be winning the 2018 World Longboard Championships, but still in the mix there is Tori Gilkison, again a former world champion. She's going to be coming up in this last quarterfinal heat against Lindsay Steinrade, also from California. So the conditions have stayed really nice and smooth. Yes, we've got some wind out back, but that wind hasn't come too close to the coastline, so we might find that the women opt to continue, and perhaps we might be crowning a world champion today. We're not sure. That hasn't been confirmed. We're going to wait for these closing 2 quarterfinal heats to finish before that discussion is concluded between Will Hayden Smith and the surfers, with just under 14 minutes remaining. And it's the youngster Soleil Erico in her second World Longboard Championships. She came here last year and was looking red hot, but unfortunately lost in a very close woman heat in round 2 to Tori Gilkison. But in the free surfs, I recognised the power and potential of Soleil last year, and she's continuing that momentum this year and has looked red hot from the get-go. In the opening round, heat number 4, she beat Chloe Calmon and Avalon Gall from the USA. So she advanced immediately into round 3 and then won that round 3 heat again against Chloe Calmon, knocking her out and moving through with Tori Gilkison. Whereas Caitlin Mickelson's campaign kicked off in heat number 6 of round 1, and she has been on fire as well, so she will be looking to book her place in the final here. There's plenty of time left. She needs an excellent 8.84, but if she chips away at it, replacing that 1.33 and then bettering her 5, then we certainly could see her winning this heat. As we get a little recap of those opening waves, it was a foamy one for Caitlin there. There wasn't much scoring potential, but look at the section here that Soleil Erico is on, and look at the way she sets up for this nose ride 10 here. Really good movement there from the 5 pedals back, and she stays on the tail here, but this is the big nose ride. There's the 5, there's the 10, there's the second 10. Bang! That's the maneuver that put this wave up into the excellent range. Really enjoying her surfing. Is this a world champion that we're watching right now? Chris, what do you think her chances are?
Well, if she can keep surfing like this, she's definitely very much in the conversation. You'd imagine that the judges loving that second hang 10 where she really just gripped the nose with her toes and had plenty of control as she just steered her board down the line. Beautiful surfing from Soleil Erico. 12 minutes to go. Can she hang on against her more experienced compatriot in Caitlin Mickelson? Caitlin won't be happy with just the 5 to her name. If she can bang out an 8.84, she'll move into the lead, but anything over a 5 will narrow the gap between her and that spot in the semi-finals. So we're very much getting down to the pointy end of the women's side of the draw here at the World Longboard Championships at the Taiwan Open of Surfing.
So Soleil Erico with her father here, Danny. He is the founder of the Surf Relic movement that has crowned world title winners this year, with Taylor Jensen and Lindsay Steinrider winning those Surf Relic tours at events in Malibu and Trestles, and both Taylor and Lindsay Steinrider are still in the event. So will Lindsay win her second WSL World Longboard title here? Will Taylor win his 4th WSL World Longboard title here? All to play for at the Taiwan Open of Surfing, as we see with priority Caitlin Mickelson to the south of the lineup, to the right of your screen in the blue vest. She's got the pick of this set. Soleil Erico had a little look at that peaky right hander. She wondered if it would have a nice steep nose ride wall, but it looks like Caitlin's going to go for this wave here. It looks like it's got a nice high line. Is she going to go straight to the nose? Will it be 4 steps or 2? It's 4 steps. There's a nice solid 5. She's a little bit behind the section here. Can she find room to get back out on the open face? It doesn't look like she can. So unfortunately, Caitlin Mickelson will not chip away at that opportunity to book her spot in the third semi-final here at the World Longboard Championships. There's 10 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. It's Soleil still in the lead and with priority, Chris.
Yep, so you'd imagine Caitlin has improved her 2-wave total. She'll get rid of that 1.33. There it is, a 2.33. So that does change, improve her total. Doesn't change her standings one little bit whatsoever. She still needs an 8.83. Still, anything over a 5 will narrow the gap between her and first place and bring down that requirement from below an 8.83. So we're under 10 minutes to go, 2/3 of the way through this third quarterfinal. Up next in the gates, Lindsay Steinrider and Tori Gilkison. So 2 Americans. Could you call them veterans at this stage?
Nobody's a veteran. We're all timeless. Longboarding lasts forever. You can be 0 or 100 and still be mixing it up with the best. It's one of those great elements of wave riding culture where age doesn't matter. Wingnut would agree with me 100%, I'm sure, Chris. But no, I think both of those women have still got so much momentum. They've both been former world longboard champions, and they're both looking for that second world title here, and they would have surfed against each other a number of times at events back in California. Tori currently living with her partner Jared Neal in Australia. Jared was present when Tori won her first world title a couple of years ago, and it was Lindsay Steinrider that was crowned world champion back in 2011 on a 2-event tour in Biarritz and Rebay, Hainan, China. So both of these women know how to win. Soleil Erico, she has not been a world longboard champion yet, but at the ripe age of 17, this regular footer has got such a glorious career ahead of her, and will 2018 be her year? I have to say, she's been the standout performer of the event so far, and that performance hasn't just been within the heats, it's also been her presence in the free surfs. When you're free surfing at an international event here, it's very difficult to get swallowed in the crowd and not find good sets, but she's looked so comfortable and so consistent with really standing out in those free surfs. So Soleil Erica with that 8.83 backed up with a 5.0. Caitlin Mickelson from Southern California with a 5.0 and a 2.33. Caitlin, a physical therapist, riding Donald Takayama boards, and Soleil Erico, a senior in high school at the Grosser Learning Center in Pacific Palisades, riding the Bill Stewart CMP model with just 7 minutes 45 seconds remaining here. Some slower heats, but with just woman on woman, there's always enough time to get those 2 scores that you need. So 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining with priority. Soleil Erico having a look at this. This looks like a really nice wave. You can see the line on that. She decides not to scramble for it, but Caitlin Mickelson is definitely going to give this one a go. Looking for an excellent 8.83 to move into first position. Solid footwork up to the nose there and a really good critical hang 10. And again, more footwork and a big powerful re-entry here. Will she get some open space on the left here? A second re-entry. She might get a little reform on this left. Can she get back up to the nose? Is there another section here to do something? She gets the smooth kick out. It might replace her 5.0. Certainly better than her 2.33. It's not probably going to be the 8.83 she needs to move into first position, but it's going to really help with her campaign to book a spot in the semi-finals of the Women's World Longboard Championships.
Yeah, we've seen a few of those little bonus sections where the right sort of closes out, and all of a sudden there's a little reform left that runs back into the beach.
Really like that 10 there, Chris. Solid surfing there. The wave didn't really run away down the right, but good reaction, reading the wave, doing as much as possible. 2 solid, powerful tail turns there. A good 5, a good 10, and getting a little bit of action on the inside before a smooth kick out. Will it replace that 5.0? It might well do. It'll certainly be better than the 2.33, but just 6 minutes, 14 seconds remaining. She's still going to need a very big score to book her spot in the semi-final.
Yep, so let's wait and see what the judges make of that score. It's definitely going to improve her 2.33. She wants it to go above the 5, though, to really lessen that requirement, which currently sits at an 8.83. Is it going to grow greater? Here goes Soleil Erico, fading left, now into the right, sees Caitlin paddling back out and says, you know what, this wave doesn't look good. I don't want to cough up priority, so Soleil, some tactics, kicking out, making sure that she's going to get out the back first and pick up priority.
And interesting how she pounced on that opportunity to look over the horizon as she kicked out and decide where to position herself. And she paddled a little bit further to the north. We can see Tori Gilson in the blue vest getting ready to paddle out. She's going to be surfing against Lindsay Steinreide. Their heat will be kicking off in just over 5 minutes. You can see some of the other competitors in the background there. I saw Emily Lethbridge from Noosa, Australia, who unfortunately went down yesterday, but she really surfed fantastic. She had a very tough heat against Rachel Tilley, but Emily Lethbridge, a youngster from Noosa, a goofy footer, a star of the future, already setting the field ablaze. So it was a pleasure to watch her here competing with the world's best, as we see one of the world's best, Lindsay Steinreide, paddling out with her Ryan Ingle shapes there, her toes on the nose, decal right in the middle of that beautiful looking grey board there. She creased one of her boards earlier in the week, a kind of blue sprayed board that wasn't, I think, her main contest board. She was sensibly using her backup board. As we see action, what's happening out there, Chris?
Well, looks like Soleil is in motion. A bigger set, one of the biggest sets we've seen this morning, and Soleil just steaming over to see if she can get a little bit wider, so possibly thinking she's a little bit deep, as these bigger sets can break a lot further out. And she's pounced on this opportunity. She'd love to get rid of the 5 and really put this one beyond doubt.
Knows where to put that foot every time. I love the way she always finds that deck pad in her cutbacks. Really good 4 steps up to the nose, opening 5, pedals back, readjust the back foot, swings it back. Do you think that's going to replace that 5.0?
I don't know. know. Bigger's not necessarily always better. We've seen some scores on those smaller ones that just come in a little bit closer and have great shape. Caitlin Mickelson drops in a 4.8, so she doesn't change her requirement. She's still looking for that 8.84. So obviously massively improves her total, but doesn't change the requirement. What's Soleil going to do here? Can she get rid of the 5?
Well, you could see that there was a really strong opening nose ride and a good sweeping roundhouse cutback. It's definitely going to be near that 5. It might go slightly above, it might go slightly below. Personally, I would consider that it's going to just oust that 5, so it might put more pressure on Mickelson, who needs an 8.83. Maybe once this score drops, she's might going to need something more. Yes, there was a good 5. There was a few sweeping turns. Is it going to replace that 5.0? So priority with Caitlin Mickelson, but just 3 minutes remaining. So now more and more pressure on Caitlin. Perhaps not now going to get the opportunity to get those 2 good scoring rides to win this heat, just potentially relying on that one massive, excellent 8.83 or higher to book her spot in the semi-finals.
Tiny little bit of trivia here, Sam. We've just seen Caitlin's requirement go from an 8.84 to an 8.83. What does that mean? Okay, if Caitlin was to get an 8.83 now, her and Soleil would both be tied with having their top score as an 8.83. They'd both be tied for a second wave of a 5. Then it would go to the strength of the third wave, which at the moment is Caitlin's 4.8, narrowly shading Soleil's 4.63. So if they were to tie at this stage, then on the strength of the third wave countback, Caitlin would take the win.
Very interesting. And Soleil just drops a 4.63 for that last ride that we saw recently on the replay, so I thought it might go slightly higher than that 5, but it went slightly lower. But great surfing nevertheless, but still, as you said, needing that score in that high 8 range from Caitlin Mickelson there, and just a minute 55 seconds remaining. So sitting with priority, Caitlin in the blue vest to the right of your screen. Soleil getting in her space, getting nice and close. So Soleil's perhaps going to use this opportunity to really get near her, but Caitlin scrambling this wave. It looks like a smaller wave, but will it steepen up on the shallow cobbles here? She fades into it, sets herself up. Is she going to get the opportunity to get the nose ride? Takes a wobble there, but keeps in control, gets the 5. She's going to get up for the second stretch 5 there. Not such a critical opportunity for a nose ride, but big, powerful off the bottom turn here to reconnect with that open face and moving into a cutback and using the footwork to keep the board trimming. I don't think it's going to be the excellent 8.83 she's looking for, but she gave that everything.
Yep, so a minute 10 to go. She's thrashing to see if she can't get out. Soleil might just stand pat and hold her ground. She has priority, so if something solid does pop up, of course she can pounce all over it, but she would probably be feeling confident right now that Caitlin hasn't done enough to overthrow her for first place. An 8.83, well, we saw what exactly that was needed when Soleil did just that at the start of the heat.
So Soleil in the driving seat here with just under 36 seconds remaining. Caitlin Mickelson waiting for a score to drop, but we don't think it's going to be the 8.83 that she needs. She's going to have a dip under this one. There's the duck dive, pops up on the other side there. We can see Soleil further down. She's paddling north. Maybe she's going to have a little chat with Lindsay Steinrade and Tori Gilkerson, her fellow Californians here competing at the World Longboard Championships. And it looks very much like Soleil Erico, the 17-year-old senior high school student from the Grosser Learning Center in Pacific Palisades, is going to book her place a spot in the semi-finals of the Women's World Longboard Championships here at Jinzhou Harbor, Taitung, Taiwan. Congratulations, Soleil. Chris, wow, that's a huge result thus far for Soleil. Is she the dark horse to win this world title?
Oh, I don't know if she's a dark horse. She's been performing incredibly from the get-go, and she seems to be gaining confidence with every heat as well. So can she keep the roll going? We are down to 3 semi-finalists already. Who's going to be joining them? Who will be our 4th semi-finalist? Lindsay Steinrade and Tori Gilkerson are going to sort that one out right after this as we see some highlights of Soleil Erico flying through to the semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with more action at the Taiwan Open of Surfing World Longboarding Championships right after this.
嘛？你看什么？你们赶快啊！混啊！你写3天，我改8、7次，是不是不想看啊？
有一种爽，交给老板一巴掌。爽皮送 beer。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Women's World Longboard Championships. Right now, right here, out in the water is heat number 4 of the quarterfinals as Lindsay Steinride is surfing against Tori Gilkyson, 2 former World Longboard champions, but going for their second World Longboard title. And Gilkyson has already had a wave, so waiting for scores to drop for the Southern Californian. She is riding the Donald Takayama green-coloured board there in the blue vest, while Steinride is riding the Ryan Gall Shapes board. And Steinride was a finalist here at the event last year, losing out to Honolulu Bloomfield, and one of the most beautiful displays of competitive women's longboarding ever seen, as we get the replay there of 4 steps to the nose from Gilkyson. And what a great backhand hang 10 there, pedals back to the tail using the single fin surfboard there, sets herself up through this foamy section with some really strong footwork, using the trim line of that board to accelerate out onto this section there, and another big sweeping off the top turn. Is she going to get one more opportunity to get a nose ride? But a smooth kick out. What a great start for Gilkyson there, putting the pressure on Steinride from the get-go, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. She'll be happy with that one. You know, we saw in the last heat that 5s can be keepers at the end, and you know, you would imagine that that is going to go somewhere around about the middle of the scoreboard. There it is, a 5.83, so a very confident opener for Tori Gilkyson.
You're right, 5s have been important scores. For example, in that last heat, Celerica got that high 8, but she was also carrying that 5 to get her spot in the semi-final. But what a great result, Celerica beating Caitlin Mickelson. So 1 Californian already booked in the second semi-final, 1 Californian in the first semi-final, surfing against Honolulu Bloomfield, our reigning world champion from Oahu in Hawaii. And coming up in this heat number 4, the 4th quarterfinal, Steinride and Gilkyson. It's Steinride who is waiting to catch a wave, but Gilkyson kicks off with a really good 5.83. So Steinride sitting there on your screen. She is in the red vest there. She's just waiting to see if anything is rising up on the horizon there. Gilkyson opting to sit much more inside, having caught a wave already. You would expect that to happen. She's giving herself a little bit more room to roam, and it's very easy to get quite deep in the section here and maybe not make that opening nose ride. But what we've seen is some of the bigger scores have been delivered on those bigger waves. So even if you do decide to catch some of those smaller waves, they just don't seem to have that steep face to allow the critical nose riding and the powerful rail surfing that's putting the scores in the excellent range, as we've seen from the likes of Honolulu Bloomfield and Soleil Eriksson, who have been 2 of the standouts of the event so far.
Yeah. So I asked you before if this might be considered more of a veteran heat, and you rightly pointed out that there is no age associated with experience and in the longboarding scene. Having a look at the draw so far, though, Rachel Tilley, Honolulu Bloomfield, Soleil Erico, all 20 or under. So
yeah, Soleil Erico just 17. I think I just made a little tongue twister there and said Eriksson. I apologise for that, Soleil Erico. And yeah, just 17. So there's a lot of youngsters here, and commonly, you know, world longboard champions have been under 20. You know, female longboarders have really been a big youth movement in global surfing for the last 10 years. As we see a live action, the second wave ridden from Tori Gilkyson gets a beautiful 4 steps to the nose, a nice backhand, long, strong hang 5, and great commitment to very clean, crisp, stylish Southern Californian footwork there, getting another opportunity to get her toes on the nose, and drops back down into this foamy section. Really strong surfing from the Southern Californian. Got a lot of momentum, a lot of positive energy. I can hear some hoots, cheers and claps on the beach. But right now we're going to go down to a post-heat interview with Soleil Erico, having booked a spot in that second semi-final.
Wow, thanks guys. Soleil, so excited for you. You are the underdog and you're now in the semi-finals of the World Longboard Championships. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Yeah, right after I got that solid score at the beginning, I felt like I just kind of lost it for a bit, but thank goodness it's 30 minutes, because then I started to regain my confidence and just
and I got that last wave and solidified it, so that's good.
Well, you looked really good and really in rhythm. Are there any girls specifically that you've been watching throughout this event to kind of gain some tips from, being that this is only your second year here in Taiwan?
Yeah, for sure, Lindsay. Like, she's so smooth and she's so relaxed. I don't get how she does it. I was just telling her out there, like, oh man, how do you guys do this? This is crazy. But yeah, she's so experienced, and like, I really respect her.
And you've got a really good team on the beach helping you out. Taylor Jensen is your coach. What's your kind of routine before these events back home to get ready?
I think just surfing in different conditions, like not surfing the same wave every day, just mixing it up so that like once you get out there, I mean, you don't do as expected. So, yeah.
Awesome. And coming out of, there's 5 Californians within the quarterfinals. You are now one of 2, you and Rachel Tilley, into the semis. How special would it be to have a California final?
It'd be pretty cool. USA. Go USA.
All right, well done. We'll let you get ready, catch your breath. Congratulations. And back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Shannon, and congrats to Soleil through to the semi-finals. Will she be joined by Lindsay Steinreity or Tori Gilkison? We will know in just under 22 minutes' time. Second wave coming in for Tori was a 4.5. Pair that with a 5.83, and she's very much well out in front at this point at 10.33. Lindsay just the 0.67, so a minus score that will be long gone from the memory banks when this heat is done and dusted. But it is Tori Gilkison who is currently setting the pace in this last quarter-final.
And those scores could really matter, if the wind were to come up rapidly in the last 20 minutes, those 5s could be keepers. We've seen excellent score and a 5 being a keeper for Soleil Erica, having booked her spot in the second semi-final. So Tori off to a strong start there with that 5.83 and that 4.50, but Steinreity, she has had a good run in the event. She's been looking very strong as always. She didn't make it through in first position in her first round heat number 5 against Catherine Hughes of Australia and Kira Seal from Hawaii. Kira took the win, so Lindsay went into the first elimination round number 2, and then Lindsay Steinreity beating Avalon Gould from the US of A, the 15-year-old who'd been looking very stylish riding those Tyler Warren boards. But live action, it's Lindsay Steinreity, the professor of physical education from Saddleback College, with a really good solid opening 10. We've seen that 10 in the last round. We saw her commitment to the critical 5 to 10 combination. Once again, she makes that statement with that full hang 10 and a big smooth nice cutback to back it up. Over to Tori. Chris, what do you think of this lineup that Tori's got ahead of her?
Yeah, well, she faded hard to the left, and now she's turned that into plenty of momentum on the right. Gets up to the nose, does it very nicely, drives it hard back to the whitewater. So great wave so far. What's it going to do for her down the line? Sticking with this one, it's a peak here in Jinzhong Harbour, but the right definitely runs a lot longer down into the next little adjacent bay. And Tori was obviously eyeing off some sections down the line, so will she get rid of her 4.5 and further her lead over Lindsay Steinreity? We're still waiting on that last score to come in for Lindsay. That should be a decent number.
So we can see the replay here of the setup from Tori. Really nice high line, good footwork, very fast section, really steep, very strong to hang on to that nose ride. I think the judges will recognize the degree of difficulty for that hang 5, very deep in the pocket, almost behind the pocket on that opening nose ride there. And then when we get to see the replay of Steinreity, this is the hang 10 that sets up with really good footwork. There's the 5, really strong hang 10, pedals back. So you would imagine that Steinreity's wave is going to come in higher than Tori's wave, but Tori's wave is smaller, perhaps deeper in the pocket for that long 5, but the fact that Lindsay set up the 5 and had that critical 10 high up in the pocket, followed up by that turn, you would imagine that her score is going to come out higher, but it's going to be very closely poised here as we go down into the last 18 minutes. Plenty of time left to book a spot in that second semi-final. So still awaiting those scores to drop now. We got a 5.67 for Lindsay Steinreity, so comes in at a really decent score, could be a keeper. It's a little bit lower than Tori's highest wave so far. You can see Josh Constable there, our 2006 World Longboard Champion wingnut there, chatting with some of the other competitors. And Tori waiting to drop a score. Is it going to replace her 4.50? I like the criticalness of that opening nose ride. It was a long 5. It was a smaller wave, but it was very steep and it was very fast. But there wasn't much else on offer in the ride. So will it be her highest scoring wave so far? I would imagine it might well replace that 4.5. Comparing it to what we saw from Steinreide. Steinreide's wave was slightly bigger. We saw a little bit more variety. We saw a 5.10 and a cutback, but the length of time on the nose was higher from Gilkison. So I imagine that the judges will be considering elements like that, because the scoring is relative to what you're seeing within the heat. The scale kind of almost reset at the start of each heat, so those judges have that opportunity to study the video replays. As we can see, Gilkison there moving to the north of the lineup and still waiting for that score to drop. I'm very interested to see what they're going to deliver here. They're obviously having a lot of discussion about it, and I think it's because they're recognizing that there was a real critical nose ride that happened on that wave.
Yeah, well, it's at the, we're down to the finals series. This is the last of the quarterfinals, so the judges don't want to get anything wrong. They really want to compare replays of various waves and peg the scores exactly where they need to be. And there it is, last wave for Tori Gilkison, a 6.1, so the best wave of this quarterfinal so far. Pair that with a 5.83, she is in the lead. Lindsay Steinreide with a 5.67 now requires a 6.26 with 16 minutes 30 still to run.
Very interesting score that, so they would have been able to compare both of those rides immediately. Lindsay's wave was much bigger, and she did the 5 and the 10 and then the turn, but the length of time on the nose and the criticalness of the nose ride wasn't as high as Tori's long hang 5. Yes, she didn't hang 10, but sometimes the hang 10 could be a red herring. If the nose ride is critical, this is great surfing from Steinreide though. 5, there's the 10, pedals back, gets this section, does the turn. So really good surfing. The judges rewarding this with a 5, 6, 7. Nice drop knee at the end there. And it was a bigger wave than Gilkison's, but look at the criticalness of this nose ride. See how deep in the section is. There's the 5. She's right underneath the pocket there, and it's a long hang 5. She pedals back. So, maybe some surfers back home might disagree. They might have felt that Steinreide's wave would score a little bit higher, but I think it was the criticalness of the nose ride that meant that Gilkison came out with that 6.10 as opposed to Steinreide's 5.67.
Yeah, so very even affair with 15.5 minutes to go. It is Tori Gilkison at this stage who is out in front. There's really not a lot in it. Lindsay Steinreide looking for a 6.26. And I just love Lindsay. She's so strong over her board, but it never seems forced. It seems
great flow, and it's a real characteristic of Californian longboarding. California, a great center of longboard culture, and the flow and the smoothness of the Californians is something it's almost demanded. If you come out of that surf culture, smooth, flowing style, all of the things that the likes of breaks like San Onofre and Malibu can give to a surfer, that flow is fundamental, and all of the Californians represented here at the event have that. And what a great inspiration for the local Taiwanese surfers to pick up on the way these women are riding waves, because Taiwan has a kind of quite chunky, challenging conditions often. You're dealing with the wind, and that is something very important to make it look so easy in these slightly bouncier conditions. So Californian style represented here. We've got Tori Gilkison in the lead with that 5.83 and that 6.10. Steinreide looking to drop that 0.67. She only needs a 6.26 to move into first position as we continue the Taiwan Open here, the World Longboard Championships. We've got shortboarding coming up, starting on perhaps as early as the 1st of December. The waiting period for the shortboard event begins on the 1st of December. The waiting period for the longboard event ends on the 2nd of December. So there'll be a discussion after this fourth quarterfinal as to whether we'll continue with the women's event. I know that there's already been some chit-chat between the Tour Commissioner Will Hayden-Smith with the semi-finalists in the first semi, Rachel Tilley and Honolulu Bloomfield. It'll be interesting to find out what Soleil's thinking and whether whoever wins this heat is keen to continue. As you can see, a little wave welling up there. The wind is held back. The conditions actually really good. I wouldn't be surprised if the women want to continue and crown a world title today.
Yeah, well, there's only 3 heats remaining on the women's side of the draw after this. Here goes Lindsay Steinrighty. She has priority. You'd imagine that she has just coughed it up with that paddle and missed. There it is, flipping over to Tori Gilkison. And you mentioned the local surf culture thriving around here. We did see Wang Yung-chi winning the local trials and surfing in round 1 here of the main event up against Honolulu Bloomfield and Hiroka Yoshikawa. She then went on to lose to Chloe Carmon in round 2, but still we've heard a lot of the competitors this week say in their post-heat interviews just how great it has been to surf here over the years, and every year see the local surfing standard get better and better. On the men's side of the draw, we saw Pan Hai Sin, also known as Rory McDonald. He has an English father. He won the trials and unfortunately lost in round 2 to former world champion Harley Ingleby. Looking like we're going to see Rory again in action in the trials for the World Juniors next week. So he's one guy who's really benefited from the influence of the World WSL coming to town every year for the past half dozen years and really encouraging the growth, fostering some serious competitive nous in the local community.
Yeah, and it's a great local community. We're 180 kilometers off the mainland of China. We've got the East China Sea to the north, Philippine Sea to the east, and the South China Sea to the southwest. There's a lot of opportunities for swell exposure here. This is a small kind of northeast monsoon swell. We had a big typhoon swell over the last few days. We're in the Taitung County on the east coast. It's a rugged part of the island, very mountainous, very beautiful. The water's warm, it's subtropical, and there are a plethora of surf breaks. In this bay alone, there's a left point, there's a peaky right and left where the competitors are competing, and there's a harbour spot. We can see Emilien Fleury from France. He's going to be surfing man-on-man against Ben Skindog Skinner in round 3 of the men's event, which might continue tomorrow. Those surfers are having a free surf just to the south, to the right of the screen of the women that you're seeing right now. Is a Steinrighty looking to get a 6.26, 11 minutes remaining. Gilkison leaving this wave. She's got priority. Will she have a little look at the next wave? She's loving it in Taiwan, traveling here with her partner Jared Neal, who's also competing in the men's event, and there's some massive heats in round 3 of the men's event. We might have a big day for the men tomorrow. Looks like the waves will still be small, but I think they'll be very contestable for longboarders.
Yep, there's a little bit of a buzz around the event site as well, because it looks like a possible typhoon swell has popped up for sort of middle of next week. Very early days in the forecast, but it would be great to get a little bit more of that northeast swell back into the picture when the world's best junior surfers take to the water here in Jinzhong Harbour next week.
And talking about the world's best, 4 former Women's World Longboard champions are here represented. Steinrighty was our 2011 WSL champion, and then in 2015 Rachel Tilley won, followed by Tori Gilkison, and then Honolulu Bloomfield last year, 2017, on the 2-event tour, which rounded up here in Taiwan, kicked off in Tupira, Papua New Guinea, ended here with a fantastic final between Steinrighty and Honolulu Bloomfield. Steinrighty looking for this wave. She decides not to go for it. Tori Gilkison further to the north, 9 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Steinrighty needing a 6.26. Will we get a taker on this set? Surely there's going to be some movement. Steinrighty setting up. She's going to have a really good trim line here for a nose ride. She's paddling so fast into that. Can she make the section on the nose? Gets the 5. She's going to have to go left. She was a bit behind that peak. She kicks out, so a little bit too deep to connect with the open face, but she wasn't in priority, so she had that opportunity to just stay busy and try to go for that 6.26. She needs to book a spot in the semi-final.
Yep, we see Tori Gilkison just making her way a little bit closer to the beach. So coming in, she's obviously seen these lines and decides that she needs to leap all over one of them. And here she goes, swinging into action on her backhand, straight up to the nose, holds it strongly, and keeps working this one down the line. Is it going to stand up as it gets further into the bay? She's definitely sticking with it. Little cross step there. And now she's taking to the nose once again on her backhand. We hear some noise from the competitors' deck below us, so they were enjoying that. But unfortunately, Tori has gone down. She's still our heat leader. Has she extended her lead, or is that a slight opportunity gone begging on the end section there, Sam?
I don't think it'll matter too much that she took a fall at the end, because the opening maneuvers on the nose were very strong. There's those 4 steps to the nose. Doesn't go for the 10, stays on the 5. Pedals back, just reading the wave, having to respond to the fact that she needed to move back to the tail. So looking to replace that 5.83, 610 her highest score. Like the way she did that cross step to stall back and got this second section. Would have been great if she could have committed to a 10 there, but perhaps the wave not quite allowing that. But strong surfing from Gilkison. Will she consolidate her lead? Steinrade currently needs a 6.26, a very attainable score for the 2011 World Longboard Champion. You could sense a little bit of visual frustration there on Steinrade. I think she was hoping that set would stand up a little bit more, but it didn't. There you can see Crystal Walsh, sadly, having just been eliminated.
Straight on the beers, if you don't mind.
The
local
looking
bar
happy,
beer.
positive. Yeah, and she's got some Hawaiian teammates to support. She's got Honolulu Bloomfield going up in the first semi-final, and then the men's, we've got Maka De Soto, we've got Kai Salas, we've got some big names who could win the World Longboard title for Hawaii in both the men's and the women's.
Yes, well, Honolulu, she has to be the favourite on the women's side of the draw. Of course, the defending champ, she's wearing the Yellow Jeep Leaders jersey here in Jinzhong Harbour, and gosh, she's just looking strong, isn't she? But Soleil Erico in the last heat really signalling her strong intentions. She's generating plenty of momentum. She's building confidence from heat to heat.
She looks so fast as well, doesn't she?
She really does.
Accelerating out of everything, whether it's on the nose or from the tail. You know, it's not just the boards, but she's obviously got a board that is really working for these conditions, that she's really comfortable on under her feet. She seems to be oozing confidence in the way she's performing. Right now, Lindsay Steinrade looking for a 6.26. So priority is with Steinrade. So will Gilkison go left on this wave? It looks like Gilkison was considering going left. Steinrade with a nice fade there. Beautiful footwork, a really strong opening 5. Readjusting her feet, she'll widen that back foot and put it over the fins to do a big roundhouse cutback, and she rebounds off the foam but doesn't rebound enough to get back into the trim line. So will it be the 6 she needs to get into the lead? Because Tori Gilkison's just dropped to 5.87, so a 6.3 was needed by Steinrade on that wave to move into the lead. And wow, these scores in the 5-6 region so important. A massive exchange was that 6.10 given to Tori over Lindsay's 5.67. That score has really mattered in this heat. Steinrade drops a 3.07 for that last wave, so it's not enough to put her in the lead as we get to see the replay there. So Gilkison thought, I could go left. I like the setup here. Sets it up really nice. There's the 5. Good surfing. Moves back. And then this big roundhouse cutback, rebounds off the foam, but doesn't connect back into the section. Maybe a little bit of nerves, but I think that was probably just the bump in the wave that just didn't allow her to rebound and drop back into that open wall.
Yeah, well, you said that Tori was weighing up the left on that one. I also wonder whether she was maybe trying to sell that wave to Lindsay Steinrade. She might have thought, this right doesn't look that good, but if I can signal some sort of intention that I'm interested, maybe that will force Lindsay Steinrade's hand. And in the end, Lindsay only cashing in a 3.07, and Tori has picked up priority as well as slightly upgrading her situation. She took her 5.83, threw it in the bin, replaced it with a 5.87. So just a minor sort of fractional increase there, but with 4.5 minutes to go, she definitely has the upper hand with a 6.1 and a 5.87. Lindsay Steinrade now looking for a 6.3.
And Tori had a slow start to the event. In heat number 6 of round 1, she lost out to Caitlin Mickelson, so she surfed in that first elimination round 2, and she beat Crystal Hewlett from South Africa, but narrowly. She had a total of 7.94. Hewlett had a 6.66. I know Tori was disappointed in her performance, but she picked up the momentum, getting second in heat number 3 behind Soleil Erico and knocking out Chloe Calmon. And right now, right here, she's currently in the lead against Lindsay Steinrade, our 2011 Women's World Longboard Champion. Gilkison is got a 6.10 and a 5.87 as we see Wenderson Beludo from Brazil doing a little bit of free surfing further to the south, and it looks like a little set there, but it's Gilkison in priority. 3 minutes 30 seconds remaining, and Steinrade still needs that 6.3, so really interesting strategy here, because you can see Gilkison is staying close on the tail of Steinrade. Steinrade looking to get far north who's going to get this wave. It's going to have the priority with Gilkyson, but is there an opportunity here for Steinradi to sell Gilkyson on the wrong wave and get the wave behind?
Well, there's definitely always opportunity with only 2 women in the water and plenty of waves on tap. And here goes Tori Gilkyson looking to upgrade her 5.87. She can't get into that, so priority is with the surfer in red, Lindsay Steinradi. Now we've got a real situation on our hands.
Yeah, she did.
3 minutes to go. Lindsay needs a 6.3.
So Lindsay's paddling tactics, if it was a tactic, it definitely worked, because now she's got priority and it looks like a really nice wave. There's Edward Del Pero giving her some signaling from the inside. It didn't well up. That wave is slowed right down. I thought it was going to stand up on the cobbles. Even Tori couldn't catch that wave from a good 4 meters inside of Steinradi. So down to the last 2 minutes, 25 seconds for all you Californian fans tuning in back home in the States. I know on the West Coast there, it's a good time to be watching surfing. It's in the early evening there. What a great battle this is. You've already got 2 Californians booked in the other semi-finals. Rachel Tilley will be surfing against Hawaiian Honolulu Bloomfield, and Soleil Erico, the 17-year-old from Malibu, the regular footer, is already booked her spot in the second semi-final, and she will meet whoever wins this. And right now it looks like it's Tori Gilkyson in the lead, unless Steinradi, who has priority, can get a 6.30. Will there be a set in time to be sitting out there right now as Steinradi just wishing that the Pacific delivers something? Wow, yeah. This is very, very close.
Isn't it? 1 minute 40 to go. So priority is with Lindsay Steinradi in red. She needs a 6.3 to keep her dreams of a 2018 world title alive. Tori Gilkyson looking to hold on to the lead. She's got a 6.1. Anything over a 5.87 will further extend the difference between her and Lindsay in second place.
So
and here she goes.
4 steps to the nose there, really good nose work, gets the 10. Is this going to be the wave that she needs? The 6.3, great start, really strong surfing. She's got the 5, she's got the 10, she's got a big sweeping S turn, she's going for the second turn. She needs to milk this wave, she needs to get one more critical section. There's no more critical sections, but we have to respect the fact that she did a lot. Was it a 6.30? Wow, the judges are going to be immediately bringing up the replay unless Gilkyson has an opportunity to catch a wave. It doesn't look like she is right now, so they'll be studying everything that they saw. There was the 5, there was the quick 10, there's a nice fade, 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to the nose, there's the 10, great nose work, great footwork, great control, really strong rail surfing, sweeps it back, steps herself back up to readjust here, and another second turn. So we got 5, 10 and 2 really good cutbacks moving out onto the shoulder of the wave. Is it going to be the 6.3? Is this an opportunity for Steinradi to book herself in the semi-final? Chris, what do you think?
I think she might just come short, but, you know, I hate to be a judge. It's all in their hands now. They will be picking apart the replays as time is now elapsed. So this one is well and truly in the hands of the judges. Tori Gilkyson, we know that she's finishing with an 11.97 two-wave total on the strength of a 6.1 and a 5.87. Lindsay Steinradi has a 5.67. She needs a 6.3.
Wow.
To put that in perspective, it would be the best wave of this heat so far.
It's
Do you
possible.
think that's the case?
It's very possible. So exciting. And it's interesting how this whole heat has come down to those exchanges in the high 5s and the 6s. That earlier exchange when Steinradi was rewarded a 5.67 and Gilkyson on a smaller wave with a more critical long 5, but no 10. Got a 6.10, so just needing that 6.3. So it comes in at a 4.97 as you forecast, Chris. It's not enough, but congratulations, Tori Gilkyson. She has booked her spot to meet Soleil Erico in the second semi-final here at the World Longboard Championships. It's a Californian affair in the bottom half of the draw. It's 1 Californian against 1 Hawaiian in the top half of the draw. Thanks for tuning in. We might be continuing the action. There'll be a discussion with the existing surfers to decide with the head judge and the longboard commissioner if we're going to continue and perhaps even crown a women's world longboard champion today. So wow, what a brilliant bit of surfing there. Wingnut's just come into the room. He loves to see this kind of action. He's a Californian himself. He's inspired a lot of these women here to be stylish, to kind of stay true to that commitment to the footwork and the nose riding. And Chris, that was definitely a massive heat.
It really was. It's been a fantastic day. We're going to go to some quick highlights right now. And while that's going on, we're going to have a quick little meeting with the surfers and figure out whether or not we're going to come back for semi-final action. Rachel Tilley, Honolulu Bloomfield will be in the water if we're going ahead. Let's watch these highlights and hopefully we come back with some more action right after this.
Hello, Take Two. We all know that you're stoked for the World Surf League Longboard Championship in Taiwan.
I wish I could be there to join riding those tasty, amazing waves.
I've heard the best things about Taiwan. Beautiful island, the most amazing coastline.
Don't forget about the green water and the blue skies.
You are part of something deeper. Welcome home.
This is badass!
We hope that our new movie, Aquaman, will inspire you.
Now get out there and become the next champion of the sea.
And be sure to catch Aquaman on the big screen this December.
The war is coming to the surface.
Arthur!
I got a king.
Atlantis has always had a king. Now I need something more. A hero.
And we're back with Tori Gilker saying congratulations for being our last semi-finalist of the day. How did it feel out there? Conditions look good and you looked alive.
Thanks. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I guess I just sort of picked the right waves and didn't fall off, so that was pretty good for me.
Awesome. And strategy moving into the semi, we've called it off for today, just knowing that we could have some really epic early morning conditions. How do you feel about that call and, preparation for the next couple days?
Yeah, I think the call is good. I mean, the waves are still fun, but we did have some long lulls in my heat, and there's only 3 heats left, so what's the rush? we're here and the forecast is looking good. So should be fun to just hang out, free surf, and watch some of the guys. And then when it's our turn, we'll go.
Awesome. And you've recently made the move to Australia. How has that contributed to your surfing, being with Jared all the time, some coaching in there, and different kind of waves?
Well, I definitely go right a lot more than I used to. Now living in Australia is so good, and being with him, he knows all the spots. We do a lot of camping and fishing and surfing, obviously, and it's been pretty dreamy past 8 months.
Right. Well, living the life, and anyone back home in California you'd like to say hi to?
Yeah, everyone who's watching, thanks for watching, and Mom and Dad, of course, love you, Mia and Randy. And I want to thank Jared's mom and dad for watching our doggy and for watching me. So thanks, guys.
Awesome. Well done. And for those of you watching back home, we are going to go on hold for the rest. Sorry, not on hold. We're actually off for the rest of the day. The conditions are still fun, but we're looking for better conditions for these girls to run their semis and finals in. And the men are off as well. So be sure to tune in tomorrow morning, and we'll be back with live action.
写什么？你看什么？你们赶快啊！混啊！你写3天，我改8、7次，是不是不想看啊？
有一种爽，交给老板1巴掌。爽皮 So Beer。